peasants scream. Live in woods, ancients rise. Angry bears fear the night. Men are gone, super werewolves. Salt is on, never trust an elf. Cold arrow, double staff. Grab your bow, nature's wrath. Pour out a drink for Saint Moon, phantom acolytes too. Remember, the elf cabal is always watching you. Lane burrows, triple orb. Entangle the grunt, fight the horde. Men are gone, super werewolves. Salt is on, never trust an elf. Cold arrow, double staff. Grab your bow, nature's wrath. Pour out a drink for Saint Moon, phantom acolytes too. Remember, the elf cabal is always watching you. Lane burrows, triple orb. Entangle a grunt, fight the horde. Men are gone, super wells. Salt is on, never trust an elf.
Your civil rights, you demand that I eternize your name. Walk ahead. You cover us in shame and I take the blame. Living by the rules to which high school blues. Walk ahead. Keep provoking, blood red suns thirst choking. Can anyone stand this nonsense? Eating away, telling us to stop and obey, to stop and obey. Now rats can shine, Joker's got silver lining. Holy Mary sings songs in the wet rain. Walk ahead. Now every new day's a new firearm to my teeth. Call me a liar. Building as you rip. Someone show me someone living up desire. Choking.
bleeds from 1,000 knives. I hear you call, but I'm still stumbling in the dark. A silent howl as I dissolve into your arms. I waited now, seduced by a sweet mirage. We could leave or we could stay, sedated, stayed wide awake. I can do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has before. We could leave or we could stay, sedated, stayed wide awake. I can do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has before. Jaded, the scar you left is like an open wound. I'm down and low. Don't wake me up, it's still too soon. I hear you call, but I'm still falling deep in love. I'm washed away and carried to your sweet embrace. I waited now, seduced by a sweet mirage. We could leave or we could stay, sedated, stayed wide awake. I can do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has before. We could leave or we could stay, sedated, stayed wide awake. I can do this anymore, it's hurting like it never has before. And it's hurting like it never has before.
Level 6! And we have it! Big orange bird!
Who is going to win?
Well, the Shadow Hunter is not the portal too quickly, maybe!
别催我，
Zero's turn
如
to
你
play.
所愿。
Are we going? Silence on the
尝尝这个。
That was used, so you use the shotguns now! But is there silence on the paladin as well? Maybe the supply?
别挡道。
Archmage? Demon Hunter is dead now though, isn't he? Potion!
尝尝这个。
No way! The knight killed the lord! No way! This was never, never, never meant to happen. Welcome back, everybody. Long have we waited. Super League reactivated. The Super Duper League is back. $28,000. The premier Warcraft 3 esports right now. 15 players fighting for the grand prize and probably the world championship. And for this grand return, we have amazing matches and an amazing person. Hello, Mr. Remo Demo.
Hello, Mr. Neo. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Chad. How we doing out there? Yeah, I'm excited to be back once again. Fresh week, fresh Warcraft action. And yeah, we had a 1 week hiatus where the Super League took a little break in the middle of the group stage. We had a nice little halfway point, and now we're going to get back into it. We had a bit of fun with WSB tournament last week as well, but it wasn't quite the same. Nothing is quite as super as the Super League, and today, fittingly, we have 3 super matches once again.
Mr. Remo, for the first match, I'm so giddy about it. If you ask me, you can only watch one series for the rest of your life. A lot of people would go with Happy vs 40, Happy vs LYN, Happy vs Life. I'm a little bit different. You know that for probably 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
For me, it's LYN vs 120. I think back to WGLs where they went to war with each other. I think back to Africa Warcraft League. whatever the best of is it best of 3, best of 5,
These
best
dual
of 7?
casts are
They always
fantastic.
go for full
Hope for
distance
some more
most
after
of the
this
time.
tourney is over
They
less
are
than 3.
so evenly matched, and they always bring out the best with some tactical variety here and there. Their B Cup game was front to back, just a Michael Bay movie with a bit more class. So for me, it's 1-0 versus LYN, and we get that as the start of the week.
Super hyped for this as well. 2 legends of the game, the best orc of all time against the best Chinese undead of, okay, I'm not going to say that. The TED fans are going to get mad, but one of the legends, surely, historically speaking, also a very even back and forth in the last couple of encounters, also very even back and forth. Yeah, you mentioned the WSB game that they had. We could check that out in the VOD cast. Not allowed to cast that live, of course, as people may know. Super cool games, lots of torrents involved. You know I love that. Surprisingly, though, only a 4-mapper, not a 5-mapper for once, but still very close games and small margins that could have gone either way.
And this is their second encounter on the new patch, so we'll see if LYN got any lessons from their match last time. We also got the return of Starbuck. I think potato farming vacation is over, and my god, we need an anime redemption arc from Starbuck.
Yeah, it's been a tough start of the season so far. Starbuck and Fly at the bottom of the standings, and it's not even close. With especially if we consider the points per match earned, Starbuck right now with only 1.25. That's a rough spot to be in. By the end of the season, by the way, the bottom 3 are going to go into regulation. This is not just going to consider the round robin group stage, but also the ascension phase, which will be shortly happening after the round robin. Okay, Starbuck. I think it's clear. We're not going to see him in the top 4, top 5. We've seen him there in tournaments before. Right now, the shape doesn't seem to be there exactly, but still there is improvement. There is higher placements possible for him. Question is, against Labby. Is that doable today against Labby, against the Labyrinth, who might be in the best shape of his life right now?
I agree, man. He is the story of this entire league. Of course, Happy Thrones on top being undefeated, but if we look for any other players who are not in the triumvirate of the Happy LYN Fortitude, he is the standout player. And I want to give a little shout out to our viewer, Result, who, let's say, improved my Excel sheet and build a better one, an even better one, so to speak. Unfortunately, no dark mode here, but this is the new table, and here is Labby. He started with the 0-3 against 1-0, especially the first match was really close though, and then all he did was win, win, win no matter what. Versus Infi, versus Kao, versus ColorFul, versus Sock, versus Lawlight, and 3-1 versus Fortitude. Do you need to say anything else but Labyrinth 3-1 Fortitude to show in what kind of shape he is?
Yeah, absolutely impressive what he's been able to do lately, Labby. I wasn't expecting this ahead of the season, I gotta say, but yeah, he's been looking fantastic. I would say Fortitude in that game also underperformed a bit. Every now and then, even that will happen to 40, despite the fact that 40, for example, won the WSB, back-to-back champion of last season's WSB. And the one before that. Yeah, Labby, hard to stop right now, except for one man, apparently, and that's 1-0. 1-0 right now, his kryptonite. He's on a 9-0 win streak in maps, but good thing for Labby is he faced 1-0 already, and there's not that many other not that many other undeads, in this round robin. He still has to face Happy, of course, but that's pretty much it.
That's right, and I think that's a calculated loss for Labyrinth. He improved a lot on his Night Elf matchup as well. He's shown great performances versus Orc, and he has Focus and Fly coming up, so things are looking bright for Labby. At the end of the day, we also got a Night Elf Mirror, Moon versus Life. Did you see Life's pensum of games in the past week?
No, I didn't see the games, but I saw what he's been doing with Sock. They're on an absolute grind.
Remo, I am, for once, I'm not exaggerating, okay? Like, you know me, but for once, I'm real. Life and Sock, over the span of 8 days, played a best of 100.
That's pretty sick. Yeah, I wonder where this came from. Like, who had the initial idea? They started doing show matches 19th of July last month, and then another show match, another show match, another show match. It seems like they keep getting longer and longer.
Crazy, man. Yeah, so he's definitely in shape. Looking forward to that. But I think our eyes are first and foremost on LYN and 120. You've seen both players at WSB. What's your takeaway?
LYN still with moments of brilliance. LYN still the one who has to find the answers in the matchup. The tier 3 frenzy timing, once again, as always, looking dangerous. Headhunter play at the moment, big thumbs down. Seems like it's not the time for Headhunters. But tier 3 and Torrents, yes, there might be a way, but LYN hasn't found the perfect solution yet in the WSB. But with sheer brilliance, if he's in top form, he can beat 120, happy anybody. But he needs to improve a little bit more on the last showing in the WSB. And also, 120 looking hot again against Orc like he used to.
Absolutely. I cast some ladder games yesterday, and the dude played against Soin on War 3 Champions, and we know he's not like, he doesn't take ladder games too seriously, but he played DK Opener into Fast Expansion, into Pit Lord second, into Fiend Push. And he put so much pressure onto Soin. Like, obviously, that's probably not his go-to strategy now. But just the fact that he's experimenting like that, his micro in these fights as well, 120 is incredibly promising. And I hope we get a glimpse of that strategy today, as we know that LYN also doesn't shy away from expansions.
Yeah, absolutely. On the right map, we've seen 120 play against Orc, even in the bigger tournaments, expansion pretty regularly, especially at Coils and especially Twisted Meadows comes to mind there. The map pool in this tournament, pretty conservative, nothing crazy going on there, really. We do have Echo Isles and we do have Twisted, but not so many big macro maps, not so many experimental maps. That's something that I enjoyed a lot in the WSB tournament. Lots of newer maps being given a chance. Maybe that's a possible consideration for the next season of the Super League.
Hope so. Hope so. So, okay. We'll see if LYN found expansion timings. LYN was in our Twitch chat last week. Did you
What?
see? Yes. I was casting Tuesday.
I hope he didn't balance wine. Otherwise, he's going to get banned right away.
He did. I gave him VIP. Different approach, I guess. But yeah, he did voice some frustration about the Undead versus Orc. And I said, LYN, I gotta be honest with you, buddy June, I haven't seen, at that point, I hadn't seen a single series of Orc versus Undead in a tournament on pro level. So I couldn't really talk about it too much. But yeah, LYN said he is a bit frustrated with the Undead matchup at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, so are many players. It's still early days of the patch. I can see how it's hard to find the right answer at the moment. Orc has great late game potential, but getting there oftentimes is the problem. What it does seem to me is Fastia Headhunter just looks kind of bad right now. Not just against Undead, against everything that's heavy armor. I was wondering if, Archers and Headhunters especially were going to have a tough time. So, have seen them buffed a bit, I think would make sense, unless, I don't know, something else is going to happen.
Okay, we don't have a game yet, right? Nope. So a little bit of warm-up here. Then Starbuck. Maybe we could talk a little bit more about Starbuck. He is, of course, one of the big Western hopes. He also felt a bit frustrated with some matchups prior to the break. Played Orc against Kaho, was laming a lot. Have you seen any Starbuck games since his return?
No.
Me neither. So I have no clue in what shape he is. He played all the randoms tournament yesterday. I didn't really know how that goes, but I felt like he was a bit burned out maybe. But then I saw he was playing from his summer house on vacation and was streaming. So that to me is a somewhat good indicator that he feels passion again.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing Starbuck again show the world how good the Slovenians can play. It feels like it's been a couple months, though, since we saw Starbuck really go super deep in these international tournaments. It has happened before. Maybe there's some innovation still that he can make use of. His multi-race play, in theory, is something he can also make use of. But he's been doing by far the best recently with Human. And with Water Elementals, less good now against heavy armor. Maybe that also messed with his usual feeling of the game a little bit. Starbuck for me right now in limbo. I don't know if he's going to bounce back strong after this break, or if there's still answers that he has yet to find and has yet to grind out.
Yeah, maybe it was also like the way the season started. He had this first game against Moon, which came down to, I shit you not, like 0.01 seconds between win and loss. That was devastating. Then he was up against Sok, and Sok caught him on a very wrong foot, I feel. Then he plays the series against Kaho, starts horrible again, catches up with the lame strats, makes it from 0-2 to 2-2, but in the final map again crumbles, and that was very devastating. I think for no other player came this break better than for Starbuck, so there is hope.
Yeah, I'm always a big sucker for that matchup. Absolutely love to see it. Always felt to me like Labby here would shine the most against Human. But seems to have improved on his play in the other matchups as well. So Labby no longer only very good in that matchup as I felt before. Big question for me is Starbuck still going to try with Human, or is he going to do something wild? You know what would be actually really good? If he can play it all, playing random here would be really strong against Labby, because then Labby can't go for his Lich build, you know, in the blue. He has to first figure out what he's facing. Sure, he can try to expand, but what if he's playing against Orc? That's going to be hard. Could be kind of a cool idea, maybe.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not against that. As I said, Starbuck played all the randoms yesterday, won the tournament, by the way, without dropping a single map. So he's in solid shape in that regard. Well, his hardest opponent was Cash. No disrespect to Cash, but Super League Niveau is a little bit different, I guess. We'll get a lot of answers, man. And we'll also get the first map. It is LYN versus 120. So all talks aside about Starbuck and Labby and Moon and life later, this is the real deal. This is the big fireworks for the comeback of the Super League for Chapter 2. It's the greatest orc this universe has ever seen against one of the most influential, one of the best undead this planet has ever seen, and my favorite matchup in the scene. Usually when they go toe-to-toe, it's incredibly close. They challenge each other to the max. The last encounter went to 120. The previous one went to LYN. So let's get it on.
Starting off our first map on Hammerfall, we're fast forwarding as much as we can because we want to be as close to the action as possible. And what is the strategy here going to be? It's going to be a Blade Master opening so far, it seems. DK Ghouls, looking all pretty standard as of yet. But Orcan, towards tier 3 especially, involve quite a few different strategies and unit builds. You know what we haven't seen too much lately, though, and I'm not complaining, is Wyvern. At least Mass Wyvern.
That's right. As I said, I'm not too educated on the matchup on this patch, but it seems to be all about the Tauren. If you can get to Tauren and transition into the late game, you got a real solid chance. If not, you surely lack damage. But yeah, I was just like you, sick and tired of the Wyvern play. I still think he's really good. Well, the strat is really good and it can do a lot of damage, but Undead's also got better against it. What else is super important here? Items. Oh, you need to pimp this Blade Master. It is a lot about damage, and you need that damage. And Blade Master's big source of damage is Critical Strike, which you can boost with items. So, fingers crossed for LYN for some item luck and maybe some steals.
Starting off with a little bit of creeping right away. Of course, the mastery of Blade Master is to creep enough, level enough, find enough items to get strong for the late game, but also to slow down the undead in the early and find that beautiful golden middle that makes for a great early game. Because you can't just leave the DK to creep whatever he likes and you go creeping yourself, because the Death Knight with skellies and ghouls will be much faster than you. And a fast level 3 with a lot of mana, with coils then on tier 2, is going to make your life very hard indeed. So far, though, indeed, it is only creeping. Did 120 just pull Lab? I think that was just a misclick, because that didn't seem to do anything.
Exactly. We got a couple of supporters coming in. Love to see it. Thank you, Doffel, for the 57. Thank you, Wild Live, for the 50 Norwegian krona. And Riptide, you lovely, lovely soul, closing in on the 5 years as well. Little bit of evasion creeping by 120, and LYN finds him here. Sasquatch up for grabs.
The dust is in. Should be a last hit secured. Blade Master may want to think about hitting some ghouls here. Grunt coming in. Involving the Grunt can also be dangerous if that one gets surrounded. Although you can try to go for the pop-out trick. With the DK now losing some HP, all of a sudden, maybe there's an opportunity to try for a hero kill, but nah, it's too early. There's a bit more healing now as well. Death Knight getting back into the green. Level 2.5 against the level 2. And important for LYN here to not allow that level 3 too easy.
I agree. And also stalling a bit of time. The tech for the Orc is a lot faster. You want to get the Shadowhunter out. You want to creep. And 1-0 is slowed down just a little bit. We get Result in with the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The person who provided us with the great Google Sheet. Much love, mate. LYN now creeping in the front yard of 1-0. Kind of brave, but all these little items stack up so far. The claw is nice. The rest is so-so. But yeah, we are waiting for tier 2, and LYN is building some headhunters already.
Yeah, I think we saw that in WSB as well, where he went 1 or 2 grunts into headhunters. Grunts very good for the early game creeping and also scouting. Late game very bad, however. Blade Master now going to pick up that circlet that has been spotted. Once again revealed with the Dust of Appearance. And this cam would be level 3 for the DK, so he would love to be just left alone here. And LYN playing aggressive the way he should. Grunt about to get surrounded, but perhaps you can pop him out or just fight out. That's 1 ghoul kill, 2 ghoul kills. And that is now officially a good early game, especially if LYN gets the Sasquatch. And with the Shadowhunter on the way, I think he will.
Absolutely. Looking good. Great control coming in with Hex. Tier 3 on the way. Beastery as well. 1-0 opens up with tier 2 with the Lich, of course, to have a little bit more firepower. Everybody knows how deadly Coil Nova is. But yeah, map control should be going for LYN now. Thanks to the Hex, we don't have a wand of negotiation on the DK side just yet. Maybe the Lich brings it as a counterplay. I still feel that's a bit underappreciated by the top undeads.
I think so too. I mean, it is pretty expensive, and every half minute or so delay towards tier 3 towards the orb also slows down your potential as the undead player. So it's understandable, it's not so easy to afford, but against Hex especially, it can be so insanely good. Specifically against the Wyvern play, when we used to see that all the time, where Hex was so important in the mid game, I feel like this was very much underappreciated. But now, it is a no Wyvern here. We're going to tier 3 with the Beastery, and there might still be a Torrent Totem coming. We'll see.
Ooh, Hex on the DK. There's no TP, no staff. We got another Hex coming. Windwalk, LYN explodes. Is there Frost Armor maybe to save him here? Nova, but Speed Scroll against it. Perfect execution by LYN with the backstab. Gets the kill. And I don't think there's any discussion who wins the early game now.
Yeah, really well done here by LYN, showing great game sense as well. You want to focus the DK when there's a chance, but of course don't just waste your mana and your potential when the DK is too high HP. But here, exactly when the DK was barely low enough, that's when LYN goes for the execute, gets the kill here. Well done, and that will get him far ahead, especially if, again, he gets the Sasquatch item. Also, though, I think we have to say this. This is pretty sloppy by 1-0. Normally, you know, when the DK is at 300, you back off. There's Hex, there's Speed Scroll. That's not a risk you want to take.
There we go.
There's another Speed Scroll, by the way.
There is. Crazy Speed Scroll play. Good body blocks as well. The crit for 138. LYN, pure dominance. LYN sanity in the mid game. Saves the Headhunters on top as well. And 1-0 has a lot of catching up to do. Still no level 3. Both heroes dead. He can't do anything on the map right now.
And knows exactly that that is the case. He's going to take the enemy Warlord item right here. Big mana, big healing, 1 of Mana Seal. So many good items here. And if he gets both consumables, after both hero kills, can't think of a much bigger lead than this.
That's crazy, man. He could surely benefit from an expansion. But yeah, his macro is on point, his micro is on point, his decision making is on point. LYN coming in hot. I asked him if there's a reason why he has only so few games at the moment, because, you know, he only has 3 series right now. And he said, bro, it's not my fault. The Orga makes the schedule. I was ready to play. So they save the best for last, and LYN surely coming in shape.
Yeah, he is, as always, the big hope for the Orcs out there. We saw Fly in the standings. He's had the roughest time of it, but also focus wasn't bad, I shouldn't say that, but wasn't blowing us away, really. It's up to LYN to do just that. and first map of the day today. That has been a fantastic early game indeed. Normally Undead on tier 3 with Frenzy is supposed to take the lead in the game and work with an advantage from that point on, whereas Orc gets stronger and stronger the longer the game goes. But I don't know what kind of a power spike timing 1-0 can realistically hope for.
Yeah, I agree. It's just full recovery mode, but how are you supposed to recover? An expansion, a sneaky one, is always a way to get back, but LYN scouting should be on point as always. And as an Orc, of course, you have the best tier 3 expansion possibility with the tiny Great Hall that 1-0 shouldn't really be able to clobber down. We get the Torrent, we get the Kodo upgrades, we get the TC as a third hero. We still have that bigger mana and greater heal. Like, the inventory is not too well, but the consumables, he has a good drink on a Monday.
Yeah, I even like it when the small items from the early game get min-maxed. Oftentimes you don't have this, the inventory space to hold on to things like gauntlets. But if you can hold on to them, and you do have the space in your inventory, those are actually pretty good on a TC. Like, every little thing can help. Also, the Mantle of Intelligence on Shadowhunter, like you see here. And this is, yeah, a dream come true for LYN. He's on tier 3. He has not lost a single unit yet. He killed a bunch. He's far ahead. He's got the levels. He's creeping up more. I will say, if he loses this map, that's going to be a triggering loss.
Yeah. As so often when it's a 1-2-0 series, I'm coming back to the pattern that I recognize. 1-2-0's first game of the series, oftentimes the weakest of them. That has changed in the past 2 weeks, I felt, but here today against LYN, falling back into old habits, for now at least. But as long as there's a Coil Nova possibility, let's never rule the Undead out. We all know how strong it is.
A very aggressive exchange in the early game. We saw all those hero kills. The game indeed slowed down a lot. 1-0 was feeling weak, so he just prepped passively. And LYN's an Orc player, so he always loves to creep and delay the game and draw it out. In this matchup especially. The triple hero Orc has the potential to outshine, outperform the Undead triple hero. So the longer the game goes, is normally indeed quite good. TC now 2, Blade Master is 4. I mean, that is the absolute overreach. Having Blade 4 before the first real fight, to have the crit and the stats and the Windwalk ready, that's just wonderful.
Exactly. Also love to see the Sentry Wards here. 1-2-0 is just finishing the Burrow upgrade, with which you can out-micro a little bit, save the Fiends, but if you have solutions like that, why bother? This is the big quote-unquote push by 1-2-0. Bunch of ghouls, bunch of skeletons, but LYN is ready with Fortified. No tower, no spikes. Beastery is suffering a little bit, but yeah, it's no discussion that this is all in for 1-2-0.
First Ensnail on a Destroyer, can't quite yoink it in. Headhunters, by the way, don't have Berserker upgrade yet, but the shop is still standing, and this is always important. First Stomp is in. Here comes the critical strike against the Fiend. That's a kill because of level 2 crits. If this was level 1 crit, would have been a save, and this is how levels in many different ways will be making a difference here. Coil Nova, as you mentioned before, still always dangerous. That's one Headhunter taken out. They might not even be remade. Actually, they are. Berserker upgrade, in fact, now is coming in. Silence on the TC. Can't stomp at the moment, unless he wants to use the Remo Potion. He is going to use it. He is going to break it. Blade Master's hurt. Finds himself in a bit of a surround. He's getting healed. Needs the heal potion as well, but still taking a lot of damage. Frenzy Ghouls indeed doing good DPS here, but so does the Torrent. So does the rest of the Orc army. Going in for the DK once more with the Hex Focus Fire. That is the third hero kill of the game, and certainly the GG now.
Despite the Invo Potion, man, DK was hexed, couldn't use it. Lich in trouble one more time. This feels like history of the bottom fight is repeating. Double kill LYN, not losing the blade. Super convincing fashion. LYN had a little bit of a rough time at WSB. He couldn't make it to the final 4. The show matches didn't really go his way against Fortitude yesterday. But here, where it counts, in the Super League on map 1, looking sharp as ever.
Absolutely. LYN knew exactly what to do. I think I also like the decision of the creep route early. I feel like sometimes Blade Masters get over-aggressive, trying to only slow down the Undead, and then you don't have items, you don't have levels here. What did LYN do? He kept 2 small camps, doesn't take long, picks up 2 items, he got the claws, and then with level 2 goes Harass. Of course, you don't just want to freely give the DK level 3. So I think here LYN found that beautiful balance of how aggressive / creep heavy passive you want to be. So that early game was really well played by him. But of course, also one gigantic mistake by 120. He was just way too deep in with a low HP Death Knight when the Lich wasn't there to support him. And that was a rather rudimentary mistake, to be honest. That was not where you want to be. Maybe 120, like Infi, just woke up and still has to shake his sleep out of his eyes.
Yeah, you know what could help with that, Remo?
What is that?
Mr. Remo, that is our sponsor for the second month in a row, Rogue Energy. Open your mouth and just get it in there. Devour, devour, devour. And maybe this is the secret of LYN looking so sharp at the beginning of the series. Rogue is making your water better, basically. If you need some energy, go for their energy formula. If you need some electrolytes, go for their hydration formula. And if you need something after a long day to calm you down, they got some nice Peach and Dreams chill formula as well. 20% off with the coupon code B2W. And last month we didn't really have a tracking link yet, so it was a bit rough for Rogue to figure out like how much interest is there really from the Back to Warcraft community. Now we do have a tracking link, and you did very, very well last month with those links. ! Rogue, hammer it down, click it. It helps us a ton.
Hell yeah. Help Rogue support us, help support the Warcraft scene, and get yourself some energy so you can feel more sharp than 120 did on map 1. On map 2, it's going to be his map pick, and that's coming right up. Springtime, it shall be. And for some undeads out there, Springtime is oftentimes a very cheeky map with that center expansion. But against Orc, that seems hard to pull off. I would be very surprised if that is the plan here for 120, but he will have some plan surely. And we'll find out soon what that is.
Exactly, we hit the F7 button for the speed up, and in we go. Nice start to the series for the War Chief. Orcs, of course, have a tendency to look at the bottom of the standings, but they will have to look at the top if LYN continues in this fashion. When it matters most, he's right there. And that first win was a statement. Let's see if he can double it up. LYN, of course, a little older than 120, and he had that tendency to fall off a little bit in like game 5, game 6, game 7. Hopefully, we will see a sharp full-out 5 mapper here. As we said, close series between them are the norm. It's very rare that one of the players just wipes the other. The last 3-0 is 1.5 years away. In the past. So we should expect a strong 120, especially on his losing streak.
The Acolyte Scout is going to see right away what the Blade's up to, and the opening by LYN looks very similar once again. A little bit of creeping at the start, looking for some items and a quick level 2. Starting off with crit as well, you're going to be forced to creep to level 2 first. Can't really do that with, without Windwalk. In the meantime, the Death Knight in the center, taking the neutral camp that is not clearly assigned to one of 2 players, the little green camp, and then coming in for the attempted coil steal. This is looking like a good start so far for 120 if he gets that steal right here.
Lovely creep route indeed, plus deny on the Acolyte, no bonus experience. Windwalk and Dust, they play nicely around each other, and 120 coming in with the rabies, aggressive coil early on. Is that securing the Mammoth? The ghouls are coming in, no chance for LYN to do anything here, and he's missing out on an important item.
And getting kind of punished here for the crit first, right? If he had Windwalk, he could put more damage on the Death Knight, could maybe threaten the last hit right there, but misses on that, now half a level behind. And this is not the ideal start, really. 120 with a good realization notices, well, if you're trying to creep level 2, and you're doing that without Windwalk, then I can steal those last hits and get a nice early lead.
Pretty smart, eh? Pretty smart. As if these guys know what they do. I see Krizer87 in chat. That is our first sub ever. 15 years ago or something. Incredible that you're still with us. Love to see that. LYN pivoting a little bit and evasion creeping while still stealing XP away from 120 side of the map. He went home for a little shopping trip, new Rod of Necromancy. LYN still struggling with that level 2, man. The Sasquatch is so powerful. He's just waiting for a coil, isn't he? It's 6 steal by 120. Item this time to the blade. He needs that ring of protection. Little sidestep, little heal self, but yeah, LYN's in trouble.
Terrible early game, dude. I've rarely seen a crit first build being punished this hard. The Death Knight is almost 2 levels ahead. Insanely good scouting by 1-0, by the way. With the icon, you saw where the blade was at the start. And here, importantly, with the Skelly, sees the blade creeping down here. Again, comes in with the punish, steals with the coil. That is a gigantic lead on the first hero. This is as bad as the first game was, as insane of a position now, positively speaking, is this now for 1-0.
Love to see how these guys can counter each other without changing much when it comes to heroes and units. Like, obviously, we oftentimes talk about first hero picks and army composition, but so much in Warcraft it's about army movement, creep patterns, scouting, and punishing your opponent.
Death Knight grabbed the next camp as well. He got the Wand of Mana Steel that's in fact available on both sides. And once the Lich is out with the Coil Nova, this undead army, even if it's just small, is going to be very strong at pickoffs, especially against the Headhunters. It was once again 1 grunt into Headhunter opening. And LYN has a long mountain to climb this game. He's going to need triple hero, Torrents, level 3 blade, level 3 shadow, level 2 TC. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities for 1-0 to punish that and perhaps make it an impossibility.
We gotta say though, to put this in perspective, the loser's choice picks are a bit stronger for the loser, as you have fewer vetoes in the system prior to the first pick. So 1-0 has to win this. Like, if he wants to make this a series, he has to win this. Scouting continues. Shadowhunter is out. I wonder where he's going for. Like, there's not too much left here on the left-hand side, but maybe he's just looking for the DK.
Death Knight died before in the early game, but this time he is full HP with some decent stat items. Shadowhunter comes in with a block. There's a speed scroll here as well, by the way. That's dangerous. He's going to pop it right away. The Blade Master has been hit. The block is fantastic. One of Mana Steel on both sides. Here comes the Lich. What's he supposed to go for? Frost Armor or Nova? He's going for the Frost Armor. And the DK just barely gets away. Less than 100 HP. One more Hex could be his end. And the Shadowhunter has the mana now. No, he doesn't. One of Mana Steel on both sides. The heal potion. The backstab. Oh! And he survives. And now the Shadowhunter is the one in trouble. But there's no Nova.
Oh man, the life-saving Frost Armor. The one hit with the Frost Armor applied saves the DK so he can move to the shop, get the potion, save himself. Incredible save by 1-0. This could have been the beginning of the turnaround for LYN. If he takes out the first hero, that is phenomenal. And now he's standing there, invested so much. The speed scrolls, the mana, the creep time. But the RNGs just wasn't with him, and 1-0 can continue to dominate the way he did before.
Players' forces are under attack.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big W again for 1-0. Almost was a disaster, but that's so much mana wasted, so much creeping time wasted, where the Shadowhunter didn't really improve on his condition at all. That was a last steal as well by the Lich, by the way. Everything is going right for 1-0 this game.
Two very one-sided maps so far. Thank you very much, Soul 8man, for the raid. Much appreciated. Also, Reaver for the 49 month. Yeah, we have the classic ghoul dominance now. And if 1-0 doesn't mess things up in a drastic fashion, this should be his game. Late. Oh, man. He almost had the steal, but the Lich was once again a little bit faster. Reveal against the Blade. Focuses him entirely. Coil, Nova. Game over.
Still revealed, the DK behind him, and that's a kill, and that might be game. Shadowhunter wasn't close enough. Didn't even get the level up from the creep camp. Item also with a parry up isn't that good. Dark Ranger now added in, and this is looking like Mission Impossible right here. And I don't know if LYN is Tom Cruise.
Then we'd share a birthday.
Tom Cruise has the same birthday as you?
Yep. Well, different year.
I saw that he was holding hands with Ana de Armas.
Yeah, so do I.
Most beautiful woman in the world, dude. Goddamn, Tom Cruise still has it.
Oh man, LYN of course also still has it, but not here on Springtime. The shop is gone, no orb, no expo, no potion, and with the burrows going down, no hope.
2 1-1 levels. This is the nightmare for the Orc. You're hoping for the late game. You're hoping for strong heroes. This timing is just coming too early. This is why Undead can look very overwhelming and steamroll the Orc. If they had a great early game, the power spikes are just so different. Undead right now with Frenzy and the triple hero and the easy Orc pickup, even on low levels. That's the thing. Undead army, even on low levels, can be really good. Level 2 DK sometimes is enough. If all heroes are level 1 or 2, that's great news for the Undead. In this case, of course, the DK even a lot higher.
Yeah, you can't really hope for LYN's Saint Sword here. The crits are very underwhelming. I deeply fall in love with Frost Armor, whether that is against the Demon Hunter, whether that's here against the Blade Master. It adds so much utility. And again, one of these situations here, I mean, it's just a Headhunter, right? But simply the fact that the nuke arrives a split second earlier than the heal wave, and you can't really go for the save right there. It's just embodies what this entire map was about. 1-0 with an Expo now, making sure that LYN doesn't have a cheeky pocket Expo somewhere, takes the Sasquatch, and again, like, if you're ahead, get further ahead.
LYN would, I don't know, need to creep the entire map and get him an expansion to come back into this game. 1-0 is not going to give him that easy of an opening. Get level 4 so early. Level 4 versus level 2 on the first heroes, I mean. And that is about as clear as it gets.
It is, and LYN can't even go up in supply now because he was missing the burrows. That is 320 gold and 80 lumber that you can't put into army. And ghouls are, of course, incredibly cheap. One of the cheapest units that you can build on tier 1. And continues his rampage here. Even if you kill the DK, I wonder if that's gonna be enough.
Flies on the shadow. That's a bit scary. Nova is again a danger. It's only level 1 Nova at the moment. That's perhaps one thing that is lacking so far for the Undead. Here's a good stomp. Trying to get over Devour, but good counter micro against those Kodos as well, minimizing the danger of the Devours. Oh, lucky purges. Lucky purges and lucky crits. That's the one way perhaps LYN has a chance.
From my latter games, I can tell you, Orb of Lightning now has a 100% proc rate, not only on Statues and Destroyer, but all of your units. But for 1-0, that seems to be a little different, thankfully. He's equipped for these hero focuses with the Frost Armor, with an Invo Potion, with the Silence. 3 Kodos as well. I wonder, like, is that the correct move?
I mean, there's not too many Fiends to counter them. It is some piercing damage, perhaps, against Destroyers. In general, though, a lot of Destroyers here would be very hard for the Orcs still to deal with, I would say. Nova, and again the heal wave's too late. Again and again this happens. This, so crazy. This map, just everything seems to be working for 1-0 and nothing seems to be working for LYN.
Yep, from start to finish, the 50-50s always go to 1-0. And I'm a bit curious why LYN is staying in this game. Like, yeah, he said 50, but that's about it. Maybe for the fans, for the show. I think he could have tapped out like a couple of times here already. He's trying once again, which is of course nice compared to just tapping out. The Kodos are rather sturdy against the Coil Nova. That does help, but apart from that, he's just lacking firepower left and right.
TC is back. You know, normally at this point in the game, even when the TC is out of mana, still him providing the aura is a good help for the entire Orc army. But he doesn't have that level. The Blade Master doesn't have the level 3. The Shadowhunter doesn't have the level 3. It is so much down to the levels here. But of course all comes back to the early game. And 1-0, he's not just working with the level advantage, he's working with the Expo advantage as well. That one's getting fortified, going for a Banshee house, why not? He has so many advantages. LYN, not even aware that there is an expansion. Perhaps he has the read that there might be. After all, the expansion was cleared at the start of the game. But counter expansion isn't really in the cards either. There's just no security for that, no money for that, no chance for that.
Unfortunately, yeah, LYN would love to improve on these levels, but 1-0 won't allow that. Nothing's allowed really on map 2. A continuous demise of the leader in this series. He gets the proc once again. Do we have any reveal? Oh, yes we do. Okay, that is nice. Nuke on the Blade Master. Get out of my game. Back to the lobby. If the blade falls, all hope is lost anyway. Nice save, by LYN, but now the Taurens are being attacked by Destroyers, which is in general the hard counter. But for how this game has gone, the fight for LYN is alright. He's doing the best he can. He's trying to threaten 1-0 a little bit, sending a message for the games to come, maybe, and still hoping for like 7 crits in a row.
And the crit levels here lacking is really painful. Not having claws, really painful. Like, the Blade is the one who has to take out all the Destroyers, basically. With a little bit of Kodo help, maybe.
Yep.
One Kodo is going to go down here. Fiend returns. TC finally got the level 2 from something. Not even sure
Devour, maybe?
what that was. Yeah, but that's... At last, he's going to be able to get the aura. And now he can use 3 salves over 2 minutes to try to heat up this one torrent.
That's a bit of a problem, the sustain for Undead. He has a little bit of long distance mining. I like that cheeky move. LYN, interestingly, going for Windwalk 2, has now identified that there is an expansion and that Banshees are coming. But yeah, it's just another sign that 1-0 is getting further and further ahead.
This does cost the Undead indeed quite a lot of gold. And if LYN was in a better position here with stronger heroes, with a stronger army, maybe now he could throw down a tiny Great Hall. But in this game, we still see all the advantages on 1-0. 62 supply, and we're shooting up even more. Creeping up in the middle even more. Next big item being picked up. Sort of accuracy, ain't that nice. Dark Ranger about to hit level 3. In the DK, even 4.5 by now. LYN just so far behind in so many ways, but he's giving it a shot still.
Yeah, he needs an extraordinary fight. Despite Blade Master level 3 still lacking the damage because it's only Windwalk, no crit. TC finally got an aura. He is very squishy though, even if he appears mighty and tanky as the bull he is. He needs 2 heal potions as he will be the center of attention. This spell isn't here yet. The Walker's still working on upgrades, and that will spread curse to at least the Blade Master. Okay, we're not fighting that anymore. 68 undead supply. Let's not suffer anymore. Let's go. Game 3 with a tied series.
Yeah, this kind of crazy, dude. The first 2 maps, polar opposites of each other. In 1-0, makes some clear mistakes and gets punished hard for it. And map 2, LYN, just everything is going wrong for him. Huge punish on the creep route. Like, so simple, actually. 1-0 saying to himself, well, you want to play a slow early game? No Windwalk, where I can see everything and I can't get surprised? Well, guess what? I have Death Coil. I can steal your last hits. You're going to be stuck on level 1 forever. Couldn't believe the way it turned out in the end. He found himself with level 3 against level 1 for a while, and that is almost impossible to recover from.
Yeah, but as I said, losers' picks are incredibly strong in this tournament, and now it will be LYN's losers' pick. He cannot allow 1-0 to ride the momentum and take this upcoming map away from him. Then he's a little bit in trouble. His performance so far in the league started rather shocking, I'd say, with a loss to Life, who's of course on the rise. It was a close series, but everybody expected LYN to come in as the favorite, lost that series, immediately under pressure in the league, had a little bit of a redemption arc with a 3-1 over Infi and a 3-1 over Focus. Now only his 4th game, that's why in the points, he's not that far up. 1-0 on the other side, started with an impressive 3-0 versus Labby. Then got slapped in the face by ColorFul with a 0-3. Whatever happened there shall not be allowed anymore. This was another upset rather early on in the league. He then pretty much destroyed Focus and Moon. But when it comes to Super League, 1-0 is a bit in a slump. 1-3 versus Life, 1-3 versus Law Lion. He kinda needs a win here to stay with the top, or within the top 6, I'd say.
Yeah, ahead of this tournament, you wouldn't have thought that the 2 undeads on top of the league are Happy and Labby, and 1-0 far behind. Looking at the points per match, indeed, it hasn't been bad for 1-0, but hasn't been fantastic. In the WSB, though, he once again showed what he's capable of, taking many big names, but there again, against the Night Elf, against Kaho, is where he fell in the end. Where Kaho, by the way, seems to have become a monster in that matchup against Undead. But here, 1-0, as he just showed before, once again against Orc, I'm overjoyed to see him look this strong. Again, there was a long period where he was the dominant force against the Orcs, and right now on the new patch, it seems like he is following those footsteps again.
Absolutely. You mentioned Kaho. I'm really impressed with him as well. He's shown some emulation level 2 plays this weekend, but he lost the WSB final to a guy who's even more impressive. That is Fortitude. Also not the greatest start to the Super League, but goddamn did Fortitude improve his game over the past 5 days, man. Tomorrow, he is making his return to Super League in a match versus Lawlight. And our Korean brother has to come up with solutions against that feisty Mountain King play.
I've seen the next game is starting, but it's not in Float TV, is it?
It is now.
Ah,
It's Echo Owls.
okay. Oh, weird. Okay, just took a little while.
That telecom routing, huh?
I still can't see it though in Float TV.
Did they ban you?
I hope not. I mean, that was in the last game.
Well, it's up for me. That is for the viewers out there most important, because I bring you the in-game camera. Mr. Remo will figure this out as we fast forward. Map number 3, to quote a wise and knowledgeable caster of past, present, and future, we're down to a best of 3.
Okay, I'll find it as well. Just had to restart. Huh, that hasn't happened before, but yeah. Echo Isles 2.2 for our next map pick. This is going to be LYN's choice. Has become much better of an orc map than it used to be. Having the marketplace for claws was always great for orc, but the size of the map, the few creeps, were always a problem. Nowadays, with a couple more creep camps added in, 5 gold mines in total, I would say this is much more playable as a late game orc map. And as we know, it's all about the late game for the orc.
Absolutely. We've seen some expansion plays here by other undeads, which seem to be a bit on. Whoa. Mr. Remo Demo. This is Mirror Image.
Mirror Image. Now we're talking. Mirror Image Headhunters? Is that the build? Do we see that returning?
It's Mirror Image Grunts.
Players' forces are under attack. A town is under
There is
siege.
no war mill.
Okay.
There is now a war mill. Mirror Image Grunt into Headhunters? You get a lot of coverage. And 1-0 the Madman is maybe expanding with the DK. Oh, is he playing the Pitlord strategy?
Great thing with mirror images, you can indeed scout well. Normally in the early game with only 1 grunt and 1 blade, scouting is not that easy. As we know, orcs never want to use the peons. They need their lumber. And yeah, fast expansion will be. Blade Master is satisfied just to creep up on his side. Of course, Mirror Image makes creeping easier. First of all, you take less damage, so you need less money for heal salves. And secondly, it does increase your damage output by a little bit. Not by much. We're not trying to exaggerate. But it increases creeping speed by a bit. And the expansion cannot really be cancelled with so few units there being available for orc. Or is there perhaps a possibility with Mirror Image? I don't really think so.
Mirror Image Windwalk, by the way. He has the illusion up. This Blade Master will not be attacked as it is invisible. He is distracting. He gets the surrounded, but the blade is free. And the grunt as well. What a genius strike by LYN. The question is, of course, how do you get out? But with Windwalk, you should. It's an anti-expansion play by LYN. 1-0, trying to get the grunt surrounded. But this Expo shall not be saved. Gets the hit. Oh, and the cancel. The grunt will possibly fall. Nice surround close again. Coil is not in threshold of killing. We get the heal self applied as well. What a wonderful play by the War Chief.
Save the grunt there as well. That would have been perfect, but that was basically impossible to do. Gonna get his heal selves cancelled a couple of times, but that was certainly a good delay. That was more than a minute, I think. So that's 600 gold. In the coffers, or not in the coffers, I should say, for the undead, and more of a timing for LYN to possibly counter expand. Is that the idea, I wonder? Or what shall be the plan? We're seeing Shadowhunter, we're seeing Headhunters, we're seeing Bestiary. Is it double Bestiary? I know it is. Bestiary Totem. Radar Walker can be very, very strong here on tier 2, because normally the big problem for the walkers, of course, is destroyers. but those will be very delayed this game.
Okay, 120 needs a lot of time. He got the 10 Acolytes. He is committed, and he's on tier 1 for a long time. Ghouls will be strong fighters, even without Frenzy. Of course, they are not unbeatable, and especially when Walkers are coming in, you get the magic damage. LYN Scout sees that. Is a bit too far progressed. Let's move to the north and do some damage in the main while my tier 2 army is coming together, and I unlock my true potential with the Shadowhunter out.
Ideally, LYN would love to keep 120 busy here, preventing from taking the next camp, preventing from getting level 3, but can't do that forever. DK now moving out towards the shop. The time has been bought for the expansion. Gonna be up in 10 seconds as the Blade Master crept another small camp, and he got some nice little items here. The inventory isn't crazy or anything like that, but we got some gloves, we got some claws, we got a little ring, and that helps boost things already.
Okay. I wonder if LYN is aware of the Pit Lord strategy and if 120 is going for it. He went for an early graveyard that could indicate themes, which would be the regular transition. Maybe also just for Spirit Towers for some more static defense. At the moment, LYN is just gobbling up the map, grabbing some items, great attack speed, good damage output as a whole. And we get another sub. Thank you, JJ Xudo, for the 37 months.
LYN taking a look at the undead main base and sees, oh, there's no narrow tower here. Well, then let's take a fight. Yes, sir, gladly. Cancel the graveyard, by the way. It's always very painful for undead. It takes a long time to build, so 120 wants to defend that here as much as he can. But the DK shows up now for the defense, and he has level 3, so that coil is very good. Kills on the headhunters could be easy.
That's right. We will get Spirit Link in a second. The first Raider has arrived. Very careful positioning with that. Ensnare not ready, but in just a second it is. He did go into double Beastery eventually, by the way. So it's Rex, Beastery, Totem, double Beastery.
And that means no counter expansion, or perhaps not? I'm really not sure. Maybe LYN wants to take a great fight first, kill a lot of ghouls, and throw 120 back in his power spike. Because a 50 supply Raider Walker army will annihilate ghouls normally. But I guess there's one little wrinkle in that, and that is the Death Knight. Death Knight is, as mentioned before, level 3 with a ton of mana, but still no lich for a while.
Exactly. 20 seconds off with the Altar is 120. Shout out to Blizzard once again for providing us with this counter of production. And now we got Hex, and now we got Ensnare, and we got a hard-hitting Blade Master. Will this DK live? The surround is open. LYN with a little bit of a mistake. Now the ghouls are here trying to save the situation.
We have a lot of Ensnare. Is it enough to force the kill? I'm not so sure. Here's the next Ensnare, waiting for the next Hex. The Blade Master isn't in range. There's not much damage against him. Is that surround closed this time? He's trying to fight out. Coil his way out. Kill off the Shadowhunter. Multiple heroes are now in trouble right here. Shadowhunter walks away. No heal cell for him. The Death Knight, though, so hard to kill, will finally fall. That's level 4 for the Blade Master. But that was harder for LYN than he was hoping for, but he still got the big hero kill on the level 3 Death Knight.
My god, that was so close. 120 tried to go for the counter surround pretty much immediately, and it did work for a bit, but that's the Blade Master, of course, can go into Windwalk. LYN sees, alright, your DK is back. He's going for the kill once again, but he gotta be careful with the Shadowhunter. Don't lose that SH. Raider to the rescue with another Ensnare, and now we got a game.
Back on the Death Knight, he got the Invul Potion, some ghouls dying in the south. LYN needs this heal scroll like never before.
That's right. By the way, the Raider already had his hands up to intercept the staff, which 120 freshly bought, so wonderfully anticipating that play by 120. The chase was for once not better than the catch. Now the question is, how long can LYN stay competitive when it's only Raiders? This is, of course, historically pretty much a grubby play. LYN has displayed this on bigger maps like Twisted in matchups versus Happy, but this army is looking quite pathetic.
He didn't go for the counter expansion. He went for Pillage, which didn't pay off yet. He's going for more Raider upgrades with damage upgrade, attack upgrade, I should say. This is looking pretty all in to me. I think he has to destroy this Expo with the mass Raiders.
Yeah, which is...
He got the perfect item for it. He got the perfect item for it. Scroll the Beast.
Ooh, sick damage boost. 25% on everything. Levels are getting good. Lich is equipped really well. Burrow for Fiends. Tier 3 on the way. And we're not going for that expo. We're going straight for the throne.
Is it just instant Halls of the Dead? He's got a lot of ensnares here against the repair. And yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it. Here's Throw the Beast. Oh, if this fails, the game's instantly over.
He doesn't have a TP, only a heal scroll. He might need it soon. No Nova yet, which is really helpful. And my god, the damage of Raiders, absurd. Tier 3 was done, but he didn't buy an orb just yet, so no benefits from that attack. Raiders in trouble, of course. Did he queue the Frenzy? No, he didn't. Neither did he queue the Destroyer upgrade. So this Tier 3, absolutely in vain.
Still have 2 mining bases. Tech is coming up right away again in the south. LYN is not really in a winning position here, is he? He's going tier 3 now. Got an aggressive shop in the middle of the map. I like that. He's got the tech lead still for a while. Maybe LYN here should try to keep fighting. Make use of the Spirit Link while it's still good, because it is obviously still good. As you mentioned, no Destroyer still on the horizon.
For a long time. Oh man, you got attack to tier 2, you got attack to tier 3, and this is exactly what LYN needed. More time. He's going to tier 3 now, and then a tiny Great Hall can of course do wonders, just like every sub can do wonders for us. Thank you, Sonic, for the 5 years.
The town is under siege.
3 Raiders being parked in the north. Maybe they're just gonna threaten the buildings a bit. There's no... Oh, there is a slow tower in the main base, so that might make things a bit tougher. But the Shadowhunter is still looking a little bit low level. Not too convincing here at the moment. There's also no Nova, by the way, so not that much aggressive potential. Nice burrow, by the way. Saves that Fiend. No easy kill right there. And here are the Raiders. Back into the main. More pillage money.
Love to see that, but the ghouls are ready. Just like Burrow is ready against the focus, just like 120 has a TP ready for better defensive play and to get out of hero focus situations. But yeah, every hit is gold to finance that tiny Great Hall, and I think he's getting really close with tier 3 being 30 seconds away, and the Raiders again. Hit, hit, hit. This is like basically the equivalent of long distance mining.
Players' forces are under attack.
And he finds the next building he can attack without towers in range. And the shop can be quite easy to take out while the blade is creeping up in the south. He's almost level 4, by the way. So we're going to get the level 2 crit at last. And he's got some very nice items indeed. And there is enough gold for a tiny.
Great strategic mind displayed by LYN once again. No, okay, your big advantage is your economy. I'm gonna stay at 50, make my economy better that way, plus double down on pillage with the raider that I have, but they don't help me in creeping too much. And then I'm gonna double down on bases, and I'm gonna explode into Torrent eventually. And the Blade Master's looking fantastic as well if he gets some levels in. Might need to retrain, but maybe... okay, would love to have a level 2 crit for sure, but double claw, gloves, slippers, plus an orb coming up. That is fantastic, and now with crit 2 as well on top.
A player's forces are
120 really feeling neutered here without that tier 3, and it's so reliant upon it. Even with all that gold that he had this entire game, pretty much, with the expo running, without the tier 3, he's not really feeling ready to go out on the map. Especially against Mass Ensnare, of course, that can be very dangerous.
80 seconds till tier 3, this is still so much time. LYN leaves a Walker at the expo against Skeleton Harass. I like that. Also the Burrow is coming up, which is something that Focus has displayed was really effective. If he gets upgrades, which is coming as well. And hit and run onto the base once again. Alta down, doesn't prevent tier 3 this time, but maybe a Crypt Lord, whatever. Another Rax is down as well, and this is all gold.
Of course, there's still no Frenzy, which makes these ghouls not really good defenders at all. With the upgrade kicking in, it's gonna change quickly. LYN, by the way, playing the greed game here. He could have gone into upkeep, but didn't do it yet. It looks like he feels, well, I got the proactive army here. I'm keeping him busy with raiders. I can decide when we really fight, and there's no need yet to spend all my gold.
That's right, especially since he has upgrades to go for, so he can keep the production busy while not paying extra upkeep. Like we're seeing now, the Ancestral Spirit, the Berserker upgrade, we had the Burrow upgrade before, so he is making progress, just not in upkeep. Now we got it. And another Ziggurat down, which is not keeping 1-0 supply block, but again, one strike after the next. We now got double Rex, double Beastery, and a Totem. So much production for LYN is possible, and he can plow through that 1300 gold bank in seconds.
I like that second barracks because 1-0 right now, all he's thinking is, when are the destroyers coming? When are the destroyers coming? When are the destroyers coming? This entire game, with Spirit Link, with Speed Scrolls, with the Raiders, with the Walkers, the thing he needs the most is destroyers, and that's what he's going to be heavily investing into as soon as he can. So LYN needs a counter, and that's why he's going double barracks, getting ready for a lot of Berserkers. I would also love to see some Bat Riders, actually.
The Headhunters are twice as good because there was no Dark Ranger for a long time. He adds some her now. Careful. Oh, Ensnare. Is it possible to grab her? She is the counter to the Headhunters usually, right? If she can reach. So having only level 1 Black Arrow and no silence is surely a weakness. You say Bat Rider? Bat Rider on 2 bases might work. There's no armor upgrade yet. And especially since the big threat is experience, Bat Riders make it so your opponent doesn't get experience if they explode. So could be a nice play indeed.
Let's celebrate our 2-year anniversary soon
The
at
shop,
Ireland.
he just spent all his money, tried to a moment ago, picks up an Invul Potion. Speed Scroll, perhaps a bit of a panic click there, that wasn't exactly necessary. But he's got a backup shop at the expansion, can afford more Speed Scrolls from that. 1-0 though, he still finds himself with a supply lead. Can LYN hold here? It's not easy. He's got a strong blade and a strong shadow. The TC though, not so convinced.
And he's lumber stuck, huh? Or no, my overlay is stuck. Our overlay is stuck. Fixing that in a second. Right before the fight. Hopefully this all goes well. Off we go, or do we? There's so many claws. Timeout. Yeah, you don't want any spikes in that decisive fight. We have reveal. I don't think so. Oh, we do. We do have dust. We do have a pimp blade. Now, thank you. They were just waiting for our overlay to work again.
Going back and forth here. Doesn't want to commit in too hard just yet. Between the trees and the Great Hall, there seems to be a bit of a bottleneck. Might be difficult to get in there. Coil Nova for one easy kill. It's level 3 Lich. Big level up right there. Claws also on the Lich, not just on the blade. And in we go. Lots of Ensnares flying. TC looking for the beautiful stomp. Oh my god, dude. That's only level 1 stomp, but somehow he hits the entire army. 1-0 just eats it. He doesn't have level 2 Dark Ranger yet. No silence. And the next stomp is just as insane. But still, more skellies can be raised.
We need more Headhunters. We need more damage. The Raiders are falling apart as they were the meat shield, basically. Blade in trouble. Reveal. Invul trying to take out that destroyer, but 1-0's coils are phenomenal. Trying to stop the bull now with Coil Nova. There is a shot. There is a potion. Last second. Run, cow. Run. And it's safe. Blade Master level 4 also in trouble. LYN. The Spirit Link isn't enough. Heal Scroll ready on the Shadow Hunter. Not using it. Little bit of an oversight by LYN. And now he's in grave danger of losing this match.
Too much mana left on the undead. Maybe he can do it even without the blade. We'll see. The TC is still low HP, however, and the Skelly Snowball here can get very dangerous. Shadowhunter needs mana potions. He needs more juice to keep his army alive. 1-0 with a lot more gold, by the way, and LYN waiting for a long res on the Blade Master.
Oh my god, what a game. Overlay is too excited, crashed again. Too much action, that's for sure. A little bit of misrally on these Headhunters. It's 1-2 down. LYN's Expo still stands. 1-0 has a statue up. Super important to have the regen now. Blade Master back in 75 seconds or more. I don't know yet. Wait, where is it? I'm trusting too much on this overlay, I think. Yeah, 60 seconds it is.
The Master desperately needed, but right now not with the army. The Berserkers here can be so easily killed. They don't have armor upgrades either, by the way. Next Nova, next kill. The Spirit Link is now starting to work against the Orc. TC attempting to go back to the front line. Stomp is absolutely fantastic, but the damage is lacking right now.
I agree. Where are the Tauren, man? I am missing the Tauren left and right. It's so many Headhunters. Piercing damage doesn't do much against the Fiends. Dark Ranger getting saved. And the damage, of course, in Fiends is quite a bit higher thanks to the anti-armor of Orb of Corruption. Spirit Link feeding the Destroyer up and up, but LYN is just suffering from Focus Fire.
Torrents, yeah, I wasn't even considering them, but I think you're exactly right. Those Torrents were missing. Imagine if there's just 2 Torrents in the fight, in the big fight, but he never had them. The low lumber seems to be the problem here. I was thinking mainly he was going to need Berserkers, but the Torrents really, they seem to be the answer in this matchup at the moment, and they weren't there. The Blade Master has now come back, but no invuln on him. And the supply lead now huge on the Undead.
Love to see the reinforcements by 120. Also armor attack upgrade 3 and 1, and 120 takes the back-to-back win, turns the series around, and is now leading 2 and 1. He was under a lot of pressure. Great finesse by LYN throughout the entire match. But that push, too decisive, too strong, and LYN not with the perfect army up. Unlike 120, who got the 80 food. That was incredibly close. 2 great minds clashing once again with 120 on top. I will never not be amazed how he can step up his game from map 1 to map 2 to map 3 and just paint an entirely different picture.
Yeah, really good showing here, LYN. It seemed like he was getting into a good position. Huge attack into the main base, taking out the tech that slowed down 120 by so much. It was kind of insane. He got the tiny Great Hall counter up at some point, but didn't quite have the mining established nearly enough, seemingly. And lumber seemed to be the issue here, right? He was so low on lumber. That's the thing about Torrents. They can be really good units in the right army, but 100 lumber apiece, that's a lot.
Yeah, and this was noticeable the longer the game went, right? Because obviously the trees are gone, they don't regrow, so you need more time from War Mill, whatever, to the trees, and your income gets lower and lower and lower, but maybe you're not fixing that economy here. It's a lot about gold, but rarely about lumber, and that started to bite him after investing into so many upgrades. The lumber bank was gone, and couldn't follow it up. And Tauren, I mean, they carry the lumber, right? They need a lot.
Yeah, it makes sense. Every Tauren needs at least 1 tree. That is the weaponry. But yeah, this one goes to 120, and if he wins the next map, that would be the same result repeated from WSB, where it also was a 3-1 win for 120. LYN at the moment a bit struggling, seemingly, in this matchup. Next map, though, is going to be very different. Concealed Hill is a rather small map where not too many items, I should say, not that many creeps on this map, where having a strong inventory is not always very likely unless you get lucky. And certainly also not an easy expansion map, especially for Undead at all. Thinking back to that previous map, by the way, there could have been also a very different way for LYN to play this. Not go double bestiary and, you know, go for the mass building kill. LYN could have also just crept the natural, expand there, and hold it easy with the power of Raider Walker, and, you know, go tier 2 expansion first, establish that, then go tier 3. But didn't really try to do that at all. I guess it slows down your progression towards Torrents. But I'm always a big fan of that tier 2 counter expo when you can work with map control. Yeah.
I hate that expo so much with the passion for years. I don't think I've ever seen it succeed. I think it's just a trap, and I'm very happy that things move away as tier 3 and Tiny seem to be more efficient. But, you know, different people, different opinion. But I think we're on this very same opinion. That we got 2 awesome new supporters. Thank you, Toonie. 23 months. Let's celebrate our 2-year anniversary soon at Rara. In 2 years already, huh? I kind of forgot the date. Rara, yeah, interesting topic. We it's not that unlikely as it was 3 months ago. That's something I can say. El Tonton, thank you for the 16 months.
Guys, very much for the support. And now, let's hope for a 5th map here, and then let's thank the Warcraft gods, because that is what all Warcraft fans deserve. A full 5-mapper between these 2 legends. Anything else would be a bit of a disappointment. We are now on Concealed Hill, and looking at LYN's base, what can we say so far? This is going to be a fast tech Blade Master. I think Wyvern are back on the menu, boys.
Since the Super League is only returning for Chapter 2 this day, I want to remind you all, if 120 wins 3 and 1, he gets 5 points for the ranking. LYN would only get 1. If LYN wins here now, he got 2 points guaranteed, and 5th map would then determine who gets 4 points and who got 2 points. Late it is. Thankfully, we're not seeing any fast hero experiments. We're also not seeing any hero experiments on 120 side. No Lich, no Dreadlord. Yeah, what does this tell us? Aggressive Magpie Blade Master roaming around trying to steal items.
Fast tech to tier 2, trying to go for that Wyvern play, I would assume. Doesn't have to be necessarily, could still be a Berserker play into tier 2, but haven't seen the Wyvern yet, and the series hasn't gone exactly amazing, so I would be expecting that strat now to return. 120 scouted it early, sees where the blade is going, and knows that he has to get ready for the harass.
A player's
He
forces are under
probably
attack.
expected that before as well, but so far he moves out without a dust. Ring of Superiority, nice. Circlet on the blade, of course, wants to boost his HP, his damage, a little bit of mana as well, and nothing really to be done here except this little turtle. But 120 is so sure that this is happening. He's stalling for the Windwalk to run out, and LYN, a little bit too early. I know that feel.
Really good counterplay, something others have gotten really good against, knowing exactly how much damage a backstab will do, knowing how they can abuse that timing. And that makes it very hard for the orcs nowadays to have a good early game against very clean undead counterplay. Getting one last hit here would be a successful LYN already, but if 120 does it well, then he's going to get none.
Exactly. And so far, this is looking incredibly clean for 120. I was about to say, now I'm jinxing him, but I don't. The best he can get is maybe some skeletons here now.
Yeah, he is slowing down the creeping by the undead, but perhaps not even by that much. It's harder to get the last hit here on the Ogre Warrior, because it's easier against medium armor with normal damage. So here 120 wants to play it safe. He's got the coil locked and loaded, uses it to get the last hit. Only a ring of protection for him, but a good experience.
Right on, 2.2, new Rod of Necromancy. Also DK not too hurt, even if he was. We do have fountains here during nighttime. Can take a little bubble bath and be very refreshed after. This almost looks like one of the standard meta matches that we've had on the previous patch, with a lot of Shadow Hunter creeping. Might even be a return to Wyvern due to the way this map is designed, with lots of vision over the trees. But 120, man, he is just oozing confidence right now.
Taking this camp away from the orc side is also really good, because when that item is gone, Blade Master has a very tough time getting any damage boosting items for himself. 35 seconds into the shadows here.
And he lay a little trap. Keeps him busy. Ghoul reinforcements. More XP steal. DK level 2.6. Blade didn't get anything. Not even that one. He got every item and every point of XP. All that LYN got was one skeleton.
He's looking for a bestiary cancel as well.
Oh my god. That's not good, Remo!
It's a lot of skellies right here. And he's gonna get that as well. So much comes down to the Wyvern timing. And that's a cancel. And he doesn't have the lumber for the bestiary to be built again.
Disaster, man. Disaster. Couple of ghouls falling now. But only one. Shadowhunter didn't go for a hex yet. He has 0 army. He has 1 Wyvern coming to help with creeping, but 120 is well aware that LYN is under Zugzwang and needs to creep up now and can't pressure him really. It is an extraordinary situation that 120 positioned himself in.
Yeah, this is bad, bad news. There's one tiny glimmer of hope. The Death Knight is not level 3 yet. With Hex here, you can try to get some kills. But obviously, this is a terrible start for LYN once more.
Chaos One, thank you for the 55. He is putting so much effort into killing one ghoul, and that's due to the lack of Wyvern. If you have Wyvern, you can creep way bigger spots. Can go to your natural, can go to your lab, can maybe even try to go for the red, even though 120 has that scout up. And oh, I thought trying to body block. No, not really. Okay, he's taking the Ogre Lord to the candy shop. At least he's trying to. Maybe even inside his base, but that's also taken so much time.
It is time for the DK to now get level 3, as tier 3 is on the way for both players. Of course, a lot faster for the Orc. And the counter now to Wyvern is being made by 120 with Gargoyles, which I feel like is rare to see for him. Normally he tries to play with Fiends. And I think if it's the Gargoyle route, I think LYN's win chances increase significantly. I feel like 120 never was the best Gargoyle player, to be honest.
Lich is trying to snipe the Ogre. This cannot happen. You gotta Hex against this. You gotta block the Ogre as well, but Hex is on cooldown now. Scary, scary situation for LYN. He can't really defend the Lich at the moment. DK joins as well. This Ogre is so lost, man. What the hell? Doesn't want to go home anymore. Does he have the necessary damage? Hex again. Can't prevent Coil at Nova. No! And it rains, it pours.
Speed Scroll used. Shadowhunter is looking for something here. Trying to catch the Lich, maybe. But he can't kill him. There's a coil.
Nice. Can't reach for the Hex. Slows down the Shadowhunter. The body block is great, but everything is slowed. Oh, boy. He's trying so hard with the body blocks, but if the Blade Master body blocks, he obviously can't do damage. Fully relying on Wyvern. And now he can't reach anymore. Can he? Wait a minute! He went for the deny, didn't work. Okay, LYN slows down the Lich, which is the MVP in this matchup, especially versus Wyvern. And for all the Orcs out there, there is a glimmer of hope.
Finally, something works out again for LYN. Okay, we're even in supply. And is setting up a tower even at home. That means perhaps he's going to ignore his main base for a while and go now heavy creeping. Now he has the Wyvern. He's about to have Envenom Spears. And with that, he has really good creep speed. And indeed, there are still lots of creeps on the map.
Yeah, LYN with his back against him. He needs levels, like obviously. Can he snipe the Gargoyles? This air encounter is very, very much a numbers game. If you have a good number of Gargoyles, you got a good shot in the fight. If you have a good number of Bats and Wyvern, you can dominate that fight. We do have, by the way, a Fiend transition, but LYN didn't see that yet. But apparently he's anticipating it, because TC is coming, and that is very good news.
He cancel the Fiend again? Kind of looks like it. Then he's creeping up the next camp, getting double level 2 finally, almost forgetting the item. Yeah, you want to pick that one up. That's pretty important, I hear. Big heal potion, quite good. Although, the thing that might be most in danger of dying, perhaps more the Wyvern than the heroes. But still, heal potion, always nice. And 120 here, yeah, not in the most comfortable position. 40 supply only, and right now, not even much anti-air. What is his anti-air?
Yeah, a Lich.
Alright, it's better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. He does have Web, so he can go into Fiends whenever. Benny Grand, thank you for the €5. Rah, 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 indeed. Love to see that scouting by 120. LYN currently heavy on Wyvern. 4 Wyvern is also transitioning into Kodos. Love that he goes for spikes, an oftentimes overlooked upgrade for Orcs. But 120's vision in the north, man. Oh, you get jealous of that vision. Everything covered.
A player's forces are under attack.
Now LYN has the triple hero, and now he loves to just play the creep game, level them all up. Every single level up, basically, is a big deal, with perhaps the exception of X.
Isn't it funny
So far,
how we
Blade
both...
Master items, pretty weak, by the way.
Isn't it funny how we both kind of slandered the Mass Wyvern play, and now, with his back against the wall, when desperation is at its highest, the Wyvern might be the play that saved him the series?
If we see it 1 out of 5 maps, I'm fine with it. I just don't want to see it every goddamn game.
That is very reasonable.
big item here for Lyn. Hoping for something good. Scourge Bone Chimes. I mean, it's good for the blade, but is it good then if it's only good for the blade?
No,
Well,
it's only
Philosopher's Wonder.
fantastic for the Torrent Chieftain, of course, as well. Worst case, it's good to have it on your side and not on the ghoul side. We see a Temple of the Damned for 120, Fiend numbers rising, Fiend's Banshee statues. That's gonna be the ultimate army as Lyn is pivoting into Torrent now. This is where Warcraft
go.
is the greatest, when we just switch up strategies, and that's an achievement of the previous patches and also players being a lot more educated now than 2 years ago. I love when we have strategy in real-time strategy.
Map is quickly being crept up. Indeed, there aren't so many creeps on Concealed Hill. They're all going to be taken in a moment, and then we can take stock. Who's got the better items? Especially damage. Lich has double circlet and gloves. That's okay. DK has a ton of armor, which is okay. Dark Ranger has nothing. TC has one really good item. Shadow Hunter has nothing. Blade Master, he's harassing. He's got almost nothing. He's got a circlet and an orb. So really, the heroes aren't looking stacked at all.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. That will require Torrent to do some damage. Wyvern do a lot of damage, of course. I would, for the fight, almost like to see Mirror Image. It does feed the Destroyers, but against this Lyn army, with Bat Riders and Wyvern, Destroyers shouldn't really be a thing. It's only one
Town
bat,
is under
though.
siege.
Oh, these decisions are so tough to make now.
Blade Master has taken out quite a few acolytes in the undead base, now staffing home. This is hundreds of gold lost for 120. And now the upgrades, the defensive ones are paying off. Spike barricades and the cement upgrade. These three is gonna go down, but the Torrent Totem safe in the back can still produce. Then again though, it's only researching the upgrade right now.
That will take another 30 seconds. He can't push into upkeep. It's a lot about this Destroyer, and of course keeping heroes alive. You don't want to lose your consumables that early. Anxiety, thank you for the sub. I'm getting anxiety for Lyn here. I'm getting anxious. This is looking like a very oppressive 120, but Lyn is letting his base work against the undead.
They're still standing, wants to defend it perhaps. Decent damage onto the Lich. Quick repair. Nova hitting well right there though.
Yeah, no splits against it. Blade Master in general in a lot of trouble. Good news for Lyn is he can afford to lose this burrow. He's not going to be supply blocked. Now he's pumping. So is 120. Fiend's Banshee statue versus Walker Kodo. No Torrent. Makes sense. He needs solutions against Curse.
Burrow is gonna fall. He can still produce though. Power has been helping out quite a bit, trying to save the peons into the next burrow. With these 2 units coming out, I think Lyn has to take the fight. Down by 5 supply though.
Ghouls falling, also very hurt. 120 switching back. He does have exactly the resources for a heal scroll, which might save these ghouls. Walkers, nice damage towards ghouls as well. What do you focus first? Lyn's army still rather tiny. He's going for Pulverize over the first Torrent. Blade Master needs to be saved. Has the potion. You gotta be incredibly quick now. Nova hits a lot again, aiming for the Dark Ranger, but saved by 120.
For the Storms, by the way, where are they? Some AoE, some is going to be necessary, but it seems like 4-0. Nothing is dying, is it? Destroyer even still up in the air, getting focused now by the piercing, but the coil is there every time. The coil seems to be there just in the nick of it. TC has 2 more Storms, maybe even 3. We're waiting for the next usage of it. Quarter Beast towards the left is getting away. That would be very lucky for Lyn if he doesn't lose that one, but he lost a lot though outside of that one.
10 supply down. Fiend's not getting engaged here. He just wants to run, trying to take out the Banshees. They did a lot. Great damage mitigation in the absence of a lot of Dispel. Kodo indeed did survive. We're grinding our teeth at the tower once again. Lyn in desperation mode now, trying to save the series with whatever he can, but we mentioned it earlier, this Blade Master is not designed to carry a game.
From the shop, he didn't get the level 4 TC. Didn't get the level 3. Finally have a Tauren. Honestly, the Walkers didn't seem to be doing much that game. If you go for a Walker early with Disenchant, it was research. He didn't, however, dispel the silence. So it seems like that Walker kind of missed its purpose.
Yeah. Everything was a little off by LYN, not as crisp, that's world-class crispiness that we're used to seeing. Maybe a bit overwhelmed, maybe the fight came like a second too early. You also mentioned the storms were a little bit late. We do have double invul now. As 1-0's roadmap is clear, he wants to nuke a hero and win the game that way. Again, we see lumber problems by LYN, by the way.
At the army here at first glance, not looking that convincing, but there's some playmaking potential. If he gets these Devours on the Fiends, if he gets 3 of them, all of a sudden we're looking at a different state.
Blade Master is the only anti-air really, outside of these tiny Kodo shots. Fiends are the problem though, and the Tauren are designed to take the Fiends out alongside Kodo if you want to commit. You can strike a couple of them. 1-0 is working on an expansion, stalling, but LYN has better economy.
And Snare hasn't been used yet. Maybe he's hoping for some purges. Another Raider is being made and a Tauren.
He wants this fight. Here we go. Here's the stomp. We got a Raider. We got no end snare though. Did he forget about that? Second Raider coming in. Oh, this is not looking too great. The Kodos are being nuked. The Blade Master's doing his darnest to do some damage to that Lich. Purge comes in. No more Frost Armor. The coil arrives perfectly as so often. And LYN, he needs the Saint Sword. Where are the crits? He can't go for the coil. Needs an invul right now. And the fight shifts a little bit. TC in trouble. Invul potion for him as well. Blade Master can reposition maybe one more time. Destro, kill. TC safe.
For the level 3, that's huge as well. He's looking for the next stomp, hits it, but no Kodos available anymore for the Devourer. 2 Kodos have fallen, the other one is already full. We have 2 Taurens now in the front line, but mana running low on LYN somewhat. Blade Master back to the shop, looking what he can purchase. Supply is pretty even, but the Kodo loss is inbound. That's such an important unit. He's gonna lose it.
Ghoul is back as well, getting killed right away. Blade Master made it to the shop, I guess. Should be back in a bit, but is not. 1-0's Expo is up, not fully saturated. It's only 1 Acolyte, and 1-0 is an upkeep the entire time. 52, LYN back at no upkeep, and is aiming for some full mana stat use, but the focus fire is once again similar to Echo Owl's a bit too strong.
Expansion now being saturated. Could set up a narrow tower there as well. Another easy kill for 1-0. Takes out the Walker. And it looks like 1-0 is now far ahead. He's got the Expo lead on his side. LYN, this game, once more, didn't seem to come fully together. Is there a chance still for him? He's got lots of gold, in fact. Is LYN gonna dare to go for the greedy Tiny?
Maybe that's the last play available. Maybe this is what you have to do. I am a bit baffled by that Raider play. Does that make any sense to you? He went double Raider without end snare. And now he has 1 left. He could push this expansion, of course, but he's on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, he must have forgotten about Ensnare. I mean, there's no reason to make Raiders outside of Ensnare.
There we go.
Even the greats sometimes make those mistakes.
Imagine that fight with Ensnare, man. He could have gotten the Lich, maybe. Tiny coming.
Yep, the Tiny's up, but LYN is going to need more than just the Tiny. He's also going to need some time. 2 minutes or so of mining would be wonderful for him to have. The Blade Master is trying to buy that time. Charging across the map. Gonna kill off some Acolytes here. Force the Undead back, maybe. Or is they're just going to ignore it? Looks like he's just going to ignore.
Can we fortify that position a little bit? Blade Master has a staff. Can easily walk back. Trying to work on a shop. 20 seconds. 1-0 will arrive earlier. Not falling for that game of chicken. How should he respond anyway? He doesn't have a staff. He's on the opposite side of the map. He doesn't have a town portal. He has to attack.
They got level 4 from all his Acolyte kills, by the way. It's also great. But what's also great then is Skellies. Dark Ranger raising them quickly from the peon kills. LYN cannot afford to lose these peons.
is how it's done, mate. You want to threaten economy? I'll show you. This might be the final fight, and if 1-0 wins, this is the final fight of the series. Is it another 3-1 in a row? Torrent connecting nicely, but they have to chew through so many skeletons.
Coda Beast getting focused as well. Disenchant against the Spirit Link. Coda Beast keeping that one alive would be so important. Getting healed up a little bit once again. Lake Master, as mentioned before, had the level 4. The Stomp is beautiful on this TC, but the Torrents have to bring the damage. The Blade can't do it all by himself.
And there's no revive for these Torrent. He gotta keep them in the fight. 1 down, 2 down, 10 supply. Dark Ranger level 4. 1-0 set up this fight beautifully. And it looks like LYN is looking for these Hail Marys, but he can't find them. Blade Master in the back takes care of stat use. And yeah, that's the only target right now. 3 destroyers up, mostly without mana. No more regen. Can LYN hold one more time?
17 crit. I think that's the answer right there. It's just not good enough.
Yep.
These items are just too weak on the Blade Master here.
Blade might fall. Blade might fall. Oh, he just ran out of range. He is alive one more time. But will the coil just fall to the
A
TC
player's
also?
forces are under attack.
LYN is barely breathing.
I think he's about to suffocate. Everything is being taken away from him right now. The peons are all dead. No mining anymore. It's a Death Knight at level 5. In fact, the levels 1-0 are amazing. 5, 4, 4. The Mass Wyvern play being attempted again on this map. It looked a little bit rough until it looked a little bit better. But the Wyvern, they don't seem to be doing it in the end anymore. That first bigger fight, I think that one really could have been done better by LYN. Since then behind and 1-0. Today not giving these leads away.
Expo down. There was more than 600 gold evaporating. What's left in the tank?
A player's
Not
forces
much as it seems. He sees the Blade Master once again, courtesy of a shade, I guess, or maybe a ward, or maybe a reveal. 40 food. That's nothing.
In theory, these fountains for the orcs can be amazing. With the heroes, the Kodos, the Taurens. Almost everything here is high HP. Except for the Raiders. Raiders without Ensnare, man. They don't do so much.
That's right.
A player's forces are under attack.
No more gold for LYN. All in. 20 food down. He needs a fight of a lifetime.
Once they're close to the main base, he finds the DK somewhat exposed. If he gets the hero kill here, there might be a way back. But he's got the TP. He's got still lots of armor. The Frost armor also is helping him out. He's right next to the shop. And there's no way to do this anymore. GG it is. 1-0 with a 3-1. The next victory against LYN.
3 in a row as well. And let's think back to how one-sided this first game was on Hammerfall. Felt like 1-0 truly wasn't woken up, or something was off there, but the big comeback starting on Springtime. Holy moly, 1-0, flipping the switch, turns it up to 11, and pretty much hard counted LYN there. Then he played a fantastic Echo Isle game, keeping the Expo up, doesn't crumble under pressure of base attacks, and the big late game fights all went 1-0's way. That was also the case on the last game, where the early game for LYN was just an absolute disaster. Big respect to LYN for bringing it back with the Wyvern play to a degree, but 1-0 was so far ahead that early on that there wasn't really a chance.
I think there's also something that it seems like has made Wyvern worse without patch influence, is undeads now know where you're creeping. They know what you're up to with the Hex. They know how you're spending your time, and in the end, wasting much of your time if you don't get the last hit. Especially on Concealed Hill, this seems very obvious these days with the Ogre Lord. And 1-0, he came prepared. At the start, he was starting with the Gargs. Those didn't really pay off at all. They just got blown up by the Bad Riders. But the Fiend play, that is his bread and butter right now. And LYN does at the moment not have those answers to that strat.
That's right. We take a look at the standings. We take a look at the results of these two players. 1-0 is breaking the losing streak he had against Life and Lawlight. Very impressive this 3-1 is. And good points. Catapults him also in the points per map ranking. He surpasses LYN with that. Hopeful for the future for 1-0 for sure. He has still to fight against Happy 40 Kaho. That's tough. And also with this matchup versus Human not being excellent, Sock could surely be a threat. Infi can always be a threat. So 1-0 has a tough leg ahead of him. Same goes for LYN, who has received the 1-3 here now. His win streak is over that he started versus Infi and Focus. He also has to play against Happy and Fortitude and Kaho and many others, but there's also a lot of almost free wins for him, I would say. He will climb, that is for sure, but currently, after 4 maps, 4 series, losing to life and losing to 0, LYN a little bit underperforming here as one of the top 3 players in the world.
Yeah, would have perhaps expected more from LYN. Sometimes he's also seemingly a player who is reliant on his mental state and his enjoyment to really perform well. When LYN is sounding frustrated with the matchup, oftentimes the results aren't what we're hoping for. That has happened, especially in the past with the Night Elf matchup. That's not so much the focus at the moment. Rather, it is against Undead. There might still be a build out there that brings the answer to LYN and to the Orcs. Oftentimes that is the way it goes, right? We have heard that many times over the years and seen it many times that Orcs are facing a new issue, they're not finding the answer, struggling, and all of a sudden it clicks and somehow the next door opens. But yeah, LYN, I would say, not in his peak form at the moment in this tournament and also in some others we've seen.
Yep, that is right. He did play some banger series though against Fortitude. But it seems like Fortitude is more on the rise than LYN at the moment. Hopefully LYN will be back, not tomorrow, but maybe the day after. People are praising the evolvement of our Excel sheet. And this wasn't us, everybody. The shout out goes to Result. There he is. Shout out in the chat to Result. Send some love for Result. Especially now with the second leg starting and people having more and more games. It is, of course, important who did they play already, who will they still have to play. And yeah, this is a very, very nice feature to have for the broadcast. Thank you for the community interaction.
And with that, we have our first game of the day done. Of course, we got 2 more matches in store, everybody. One of the stars of the season and one of the big positive surprises, he's going to be coming up next, talking here, of course, about Labyrinth. Insane run he's had lately. Also in the WSB, he looked quite good. They're falling to 1-0, though. As mentioned before, that seems to be his kryptonite. He is today facing Starbuck, who has to also make up for his previous results, it seems. Starbuck with only 1.25 points per series. That is really low. That is way less than we were hoping for Starbuck. You posed the question earlier, how will the vacation have affected him? Is it a rejuvenation? That's what we're all hoping for. Starbuck, if he doesn't bring his A game today, he's probably going to get slaughtered in this matchup. Or, Human versus Undead. This is where Labby normally shines the most, if indeed it is that. I mentioned before, I think him picking random here would be super spicy. But normally, especially in the big tournaments, we don't see Starbuck doing that.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Maybe we see Orc. Even he did that versus Kaho, but after these results here, maybe you shouldn't go for that. But yeah, before we discuss the ins and outs of this matchup, we have to wait what Starbuck is picking, and map picks and bans shall be on the way. A little reminder, everybody, in case you forgot or haven't heard this yet. Usually we are in the incredibly privileged position that it's a give and take between all tournament organizers. Everybody can cast everything for free. Here, because it's such a big tournament that goes over such a long time, the organizers were asking for a little casting fee. that we, of course, since it's peak content, gladly pay to provide you with the best games in the world. But you know, not super cheap, that is. So if you have a Prime sub lying around and want to reward us for that a little bit, help us cover the cost for this league a little bit, that would be fantastic. It doesn't cost you anything if you have Prime anyway, and it's just a couple of clicks away, especially if you have connected your Twitch Prime already. Otherwise, we have a lot of support possible for you guys up at backtowarcraft.com/support. We are very, very happy about everyone that supports us on Patreon, with a Twitch sub, with the YouTube membership, with one-time donation via crypto as well. And we have new merchandise, everybody. A lot of people were so angry
A crime for
about
crime
that.
content.
Mr. Remo Demo, I got evil DMs. How can you even do that? You're so biased now. Your hatred is overflowing. Yes, we got Fuck Elf, FCK Elf. That is, of course, not the Night Elf. That is Fast Expansion Crypt Lord Kill Footy merchandise. This is what we all love to do. And if you watch the Fortitude games and you think, God damn, that race is looking strong, go for a Humba merchandise. I heard already Lawlight is thinking about purchase of that matchup, that piece of merch. I have received my samples in incredibly good quality. We've stepped that up big time. Also more shipping facilities that makes it a little easier for people all over the world to get that stuff, and we get a better share. You can also gift them to someone in Twitch chat, by the way. That is a new function. You go to the merch store, you go to the item that you want to gift, and then you click gift to Twitch chat, and then a random person will be selected who you're gonna give it this to. Also, 5% discount for everyone who subbed. And if you like this merchandise and show us that it's worth thinking about merchandise, we might be coming up with more ideas. I heard a lot of people are angry at Coil Nova or want to celebrate Coil Nova. That is maybe an idea for the future.
Yeah. Make sure you got the freshest swag from the shop. And we want to make sure also that we don't miss our next game starting, because Neo, we have it already underway.
Let's thank our people first. Thank you, Konsu3, Crows, Lecrest Fallen again with the 5 gift subs. My man, stepping it up big time. Bear, the lovely, lovely soul, gifting one to Changer. Hope you're doing fine, buddy. And now we talk about the games. We got a best of 5 between Starbuck and Labyrinth. The story between the two players couldn't be more different. Starbuck, of course, hope of the West, underperforming and being unlucky, both of that coming together, resulting in an abysmal point per game ratio at the moment. He had a little bit of vacation in the little break that we had in the Super League, went potato farming and also went off and sailing on a boat. So hopefully refreshed, new approach, reinvigorated passion for the game. And on the other side is Labyrinth, who is the positive surprise of this entire league. He only lost one game, and that was Playday 1 against 120. Since then, a winning streak of 6 games in a row, including Fortitude. And if Fortitude can't find a solution against Labyrinth Undead, then why would Starbuck?
Starbuck is playing his very own inventive style so far, it seems. I mean, it's Archmage footy, so nothing too crazy there, but he went for instant expo creep into instant harass, and so far, the expansion plans on both sides have been halted.
I forgot to fast forward, but the viewers will see what you mean. We got an Archmage on Starbuck's side, and we got a Crypt Lord on the other side, of course. The last encounters between them, by the way, date back to January, so we have no game tape outside of ladder between Labby and Starbuck, and both are incredibly creative players who can think outside the box, who can find timings where there seemingly are none, and I'm incredibly surprised to see Starbuck this aggressive, level 1 Archmage straight into the base, aiming for the Acolytes. This is already some big damage done on the cost of creeping. And Remo's silent. I wonder why that is. We're still fast forwarding. The counter push is coming in. with Cryptlord into the base. Starbuck went for a fast tech as well, calling the boys, drives the Cryptlord back, and Expo halted, no tech, only starting in now. And Ring of Legion on the Cryptlord is of course nice, going for the Mercenary. And yeah, a one-base rifle caster push then. I am incredibly surprised to see this unfold this way.
I think Starbuck would have been fine with both ending up with an expansion, but the way the game turned out, he canceled the Anime Expo, and also then his was cancelled, and then now I guess he's stuck with the one base. Is there going to be another Expo attempt later? We shall find out. Staff into the main base, and Labyrinth looking to put on some serious pressure.
How many workers are remaining? 14. Hopefully he can get all of them alive. He has 145 lumber. That's not too much. Tech is done. Worker production can start once again. High octane gameplay, as it oftentimes is with the Cryptlord. Big murder. So many corpses. Who gets the better end of the stick here?
The Crypto was almost stuck in a bit of surround there, but no, he can again get out there. Lots of corpses indeed on the ground. You don't want to get that tower cancelled. The repair is there. The tower stays up. That got some additional gold as well. And lots of lumber also was necessary to be spent indirectly by using all these militia. Starbuck does hold in the main base. He's 3.5. Cryptlord, he's 3.5. But one base versus one base, that is normally not what the human wants to be stuck in.
Not really. We have a couple of supporters coming in. Thank you, Tom Chile, for the 23-month. Great show as always, guys. Popo Glance with the 9-month. Thank you. Labby can still show some map presence with Beetles first and foremost. He also got the Berserker, which is an interesting pick for some piercing damage. Starbuck now also resorting to the Mercenary Camp for Dispel and an additional kill. 3.6 versus 3.8. Making double sure to check the expansion where there is none. And the Cryptlord took some time to clean the shop. What is Starbuck's play now? Going for the Sanctum, relatively late. This is why a Shadow Priest is twice as important now, to give him a bit of an earlier dispel. But Labby finds him at a creep spot.
Second hero timing for Starbuck, by the way, is incredibly late. He prioritized the Sanctum before, so Mountain King, I guess it should be, is coming so much later. Level 4 now on both heroes, basically the same timing. Great level up to have indeed for both. Some more footies might be going down. Losing those now not so problematic anymore, but losing rifles would hurt.
Exactly, and they're kind of trapped here. You don't want to expose them too much to the Beetles. Coil gets another kill, only quote-unquote a footman. For Labby, by the way, we see the Wand of Negation. Love that play. The strongest weapon at the moment, Water Elementals level 2, can be dispelled with that item, even though it goes on the cost. Delays the tier 3 at the Slaughterhouse a little bit, but should absolutely be worth it. Labby, his tier 3 is on the way, but at the moment on the field, that's not much.
It's going to become a micro battle here in the end, I think. Who's going to have the better control, and can Starbuck also at some point go tier 3? He's going to be running out of steam if he doesn't get tier 3 at some point sooner or later. I think it's okay, kind of, to have it delayed, but sooner or later you're going to need a triple hero, and ideally also you'd like to have some gyros for vision against the destroyers. And the destroyers, of course, will be coming. In fact, it's double Slaughterhouse. Ooh, this could be A-bomb destroyer. Every rifle caster army's nightmare.
How are you supposed to afford that though on one base?
Yeah, it's not that easy, but especially if you get up to like 50 supply with a little bit of statues, a little bit of destroyers, and then you play a slow game, you get up to get some ziggurats ready. You can get up to 70 with A-bomb destroyer if the game goes long enough.
He's skipping Fiend's Ghouls then.
Yeah, certainly Fiends in that case. Speaking of a long game though, that's not what Starbuck wants. He's going for the push across the map with a level 1 Mountain King only, trying to close out this game here.
But at the moment the Slaughterhouses didn't do anything, right? They are just coming up, tier 3 isn't there, the Lich isn't there. Maybe some pickups here. For example, that Berserker. That's an excellent find for Starbuck. The Archmage is also quite a beast. This Impale, hola, didn't do much, and that's a lot of mana gone for Labby.
We don't have the depth training, by the way, the low lumber again being a problem for Starbuck.
It's getting some solid kills, dude. Labby has 24 supply on 400 gold. This is Starbuck now or never.
Mana Potion used. Next Impale in. Hitting one priest and one peasant. Impales really haven't been the most crazy. The Water Elemental is still quite helpful. Trying to prevent the shot from coming up. Trying to kill these peasants. We got the depth training. Finally. Dispel on the priests. That helps a lot. And the Death Knight is almost surrounded. Ooh, that was close.
This again, such a 50-50 Starbuck situation. Very symbolic for his Super League run. If he closes that surround and if he takes that DK away, that's a good look. He had an Invo Potion though, but forcing that there would have been great. 15 seconds for the Lich. Full throttle towards the altar. If you prevent Orb of Corruption carry, and if you prevent Nova, that's a huge success. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 5 seconds, and Impale to the rescue! No way, don't tell me! The repair is ready, the Lich is out, and Starbuck in shambles.
A huge save right there. The repair was a bit late, but the Impale was perfect. Finally, we see a big Impale here where most didn't seem to do too much just yet. Labyrinth, he doesn't have many units, but he has 3 strong heroes with lots of potential for the late game, and destroyers are about to hit.
And of course, he's home at Fort Knox, the undead base. Never fight in an undead base. No towers either, as lumber is so low. Great macro by Starbuck. And he's inches away from level 5. Level 3 Water Elementals can be a great help, as the Observer was lagging a little bit. And Labby for now holding. And if you've seen a Dreadlord game of his, you know how well this guy can defend.
More statues queued. A little bit of repair here is forced again. Mountain King on low level. Can't get those kills too easily with only level 1. Stormbolt. Interestingly, Starbuck is making Sorks. With clearly destroyers about to show up.
Yeah. I guess against A-bombs. Seems confident that he can control the destroyers. I do have some lags in my Pro TV, which is not ideal. 1 slaughterhouse is down, so transitioning into abominations isn't easy, especially if you want Disease Club. This Acolyte offed himself, basically. Still no level 5 Archmage.
No upgrade on the rifles either, by the way. I feel like at least one attack upgrade here would go a long way. Got a scout tower now being upgraded into arcane. That can be a decent fallback position. But the closer that Labby gets to 50 supply, without losing too much, the better it seems to be getting for him. And the Frenzy Ghouls plus Destroyers are real damn good against Rifle Caster.
Yeah, I don't know how he is supposed to kite against these ghouls without clap. It's only bash. Once Sork is in, maybe a little misread that he thought that an A-bomb transition is coming. Would have been reasonable. We finally get level 5 Archmage. The Water Torrent bringing the victory.
Here's the Destroyer morph. Impale comes in. Good hit right there. Normally the Nova follows right after. Holding on to it at the moment. There's the Nova now into the Rifleman. One of them's going to go down quickly. Destroyer's being pulled back and minimizing the damage they take.
Ghouls are suffering though. Archmage has another Water Elemental ready in 3 seconds. Ghouls disappearing. Labby down to 1 Ghoul, 3 Destroyers who are losing mana with every second. Plus, Shop is up. Resources looking fine. We have some potions maybe at the ready. And Labby didn't stop Ghoul production at all. He's about to lose that crypt. And he can only produce from 1 facility here. DK level 3 though. Big upgrade.
DK3 Lich about to get to as well, and Cryptlord, by the way, close to level 5. And that is oftentimes the knockout blow for the Rifle Caster army. Impale with the AoE stun, so insanely good against that army. Starbuck needs heal scrolls, lots of heal scrolls, but there's no money to do it with.
And also no time to get there, I think. Right-hand side shop, Labby will immediately notice that something's missing and pounce on him. Starbuck wants the Black Citadel. Love the fighting spirit. It's not looking pretty for him at all. Mana has been regenerated. Lots of Impale Coil Nova ready. And of course these Water Elementals now, they're just feeding the Destroyers. And maybe you should stop summoning them as there's no ghouls available anymore.
Can kind of bait in the Destroyers, put some more damage on them with the Rifleman. But the Nova Impale again, easily finding a kill. And there's triple mana pot on this Crypt Lord. He's got a lot in the tank.
I told you before, man, Labby has a drinking problem, as at least his heroes have a drinking problem. We see this over and over. A big reason on why he's so successful in these holes, always stocking up on mana. Destro control also seems nice, way improved compared to like 2 to 3 weeks ago even. And now, is this the end of the line? Impale once again, blasting through the mana, close to level 5. And if the Crypt Lord hits level 3 Impale, that should be lights out. Mana management, superb by Labyrinth. He just won't crumble.
Struggling to keep everything healthy with these priests. All of a sudden, we're only down to 2. Starbuck is going into upkeep. Now making finally a workshop to get gyros ready. This seems a bit later than ideal. And also, gyros in low numbers can still be overpowered by destroyers almost easily, I want to say. And it's the undead heroes who hang above like the Damocles sword. One more level up, and we might be all done.
And we got another Wand of Negation. We got more potions. Starbuck is running out of steam quickly. There's nothing to transition into really outside this workshop, but he doesn't have any resources. It's of course super easy to say, he needs Blizzard, he needs upgrades, he needs this, he needs that. Yeah, of course he would love to have that, but how to get it? Like you could say a retrain would be amazing, but then you need backpack and send something to the shop and afford like 300 gold. How? He's just, yeah, he's all in.
Navi looking more and more confident here. Still not with that many units. It's 3 statues and 3 destroyers pretty much, that's it. But the strong hero backbone. Level 5 Crypt Lord now has indeed been reached with 1 more kill of a Watch Elemental there a moment ago. So many impales available if we consider the mana potions. And so much dispel as well.
Always feeding the Destros up. Yeah, what's the option really? 100 gold. He's constantly spamming production. That's, of course, the good thing. But no transition possible at all. Labby held. Labby is even expanding on the right-hand side. He is fully confident that this is his game.
And I feel like he's got the right idea here. And as long as we're just standing here and the expo's being ignored, that's wonderful for him. And wonderful for us is OXRE coming in with 20 gifted subs. Hello, hello, thank you. That's amazing.
Holy shit, man. What can I say that I didn't say across the past 6 years or so? 6 or 7 years. We met in person. You're always here. You're always supporting. You even invited us both to a pizza. I'll never forget that pizza. Ari, you're a freaking gem. Thank you so much.
Starbuck has a lot better of an army now, to be honest. Those flying machines are a huge help. How many do we have? 7 in total. Number 8 on the way, but no flak cannons, I think.
No, they are not even on the way. So this is a lot of single target damage. Destroyers, of course, almost dead weight if no mana. But the thing is, there is mana. Starbuck also a little blind on the right-hand side. So he doesn't scout with gyros. You could surely split one off and check what's going on. Maybe he saw it already and he knows it. But yeah, this fortified position, you don't want to give it up because there's your sanctuary with the tower and with the shop. If you don't win a fight here, you don't win it anywhere. Oh, flak cannon started. 20 seconds.
Archmage at the shop as well. He is going for that retrain. Selling, oh my god, everything. Heal Scroll and Tome of Retraining. Wait, is this the right time to retrain though? Isn't he about to take out the destroyers?
A player's forces are under attack.
We'll see, man. We'll see. What a call. Labby has 4 mana potions.
Hell yeah. Gotta make sure to stay hydrated in these summer months.
Exclamation mark Rogue has a hydration formula, everybody. 20% off with the coupon code B2W. Man, wouldn't it be nice if Labby had such a coupon code for the mana potions?
Yeah, that would be big savings. But then again, maybe he doesn't need savings now. Made by the way, almost instantly dies. Oh my lord, Impale Coil Nova. He's gonna
Jesus!
dive though into the back of the base.
That was too close for my comfort. Okay, we continue the siege. Acolytes have a rough time, but feels like this Archmage is just begging for another Coil Nova. Impale doesn't hit too much. Gyros, will they dive? Can he take out the destroyers?
One has gone down, two have gone down. Gyros, as we know, can indeed be very good against Destros. Death Knight also caught in the front line. He's got mana pots, but no heal pots. Mountain King, speaking of potions, what does he have? Nothing. There's a heal scroll trying to save him. Heal potion as well, and that is just enough.
For now it is
well.
Lich!
Oh, the Lich!
Stormbolt Blizzard! Oh my god! The carry 6 feet under. The orb carry, that is. Starbuck might be winning this, dude. Holy shit!
A little bit careless there by Labyrinth. He was going in way over aggressive. I guess the Blizzard made him feel that he didn't have much time left. His main base was starting to grumble. Indeed, now the Black Citadel has gone down, and Aka's in the main base still in trouble. But perhaps now it's time for a counter-attack, because Starbuck only has one mining base.
Exactly. He has figured out that there is an expansion. Mountain King chasing, but Acolytes freed. Labby will also be supply blocked at a certain point. That point is now. So all that gold doesn't help him too much. What can Starbuck do now to save his own base? This is, and again, not a great army. Starbuck is 20 foot ahead and willing to go into that base race.
I think you should do it yet, though. Just take out the Haunted, go over to the other gold mine. The Blizzard here has been doing fantastic work.
Labby has, of course, shown great FFA performances as well. He needs to trigger his inner FFAer now. Goes for another expansion. Back to Warcraft FFA night. Tonight at 8, by the way, with Dice, Death Note, Lelu, and Sheik. Gonna be bonkers. Just like this match.
Here's the TP home. Gotta be careful with that Archmage. There's no potions on Starbuck at all anymore. He's got one TP and that's it.
Also, Gyro's dead supply, obviously, is not taking the risk. Couple of workers falling, but also couple of units falling, also ghouls down. So does Starbuck now know about the left-hand side? The main is empty.
A player's forces are under attack.
Mining potential here for Labyrinth. It looks hard to give this one away. And the hero is still so strong on the underside. Cryptlord again back to full mana, still with mana potions. One on DK, one on Cryptlord. Lich got good items. He's getting closer to 3. DK's getting closer to 4. Seems like with this under triple hero, there's just so much room to grow.
And Starbuck is still about to lose this game, as it seems. No more income. Clock is ticking for Labby. Going in now. Can he kill that Lich again? Somehow no potion. This Mountain King completely naked. Saves himself into the back. Needs some priests now. Archmage also. Labby in perfect undead fashion. Only going for the heroes. Only eyes on the prize. The invul dodge of the Stormbolt. But you can't dodge Avada Kedavra. Labby, Jesus, with the double kill. Exploding now. What a roller coaster of emotions. And Starbuck again. So close to a win. But in the end, victory, Labyrinth. A perfect example of Starbuck's Super League season. Again, what a match to open up the series though.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Good back and forth. I feel like especially the early game, Starbuck played pretty well. I think the big strategic mistake here is though, even if the expansion is hard to set up early, you're going for counterattacks, you're killing acolytes, you have to pull back your expo, you have to retreat with the peasants, you have to cancel the tower and so on. Even if it's hard to expand, I think you still have to expand. If you're stuck in one base, if the undead is ever stable on tier 3, and you're only tier 2 of course, then it is such an uphill battle, almost impossible to win if the undead does it well. And Starbuck, it's not like he couldn't expand. I think there was a way to do it, he just wasn't willing, and I think that really cost him as much as anything.
It's so hard to tell. Like, did he need everything he had here to keep the pressure up? Or would Labby otherwise plow through him here? It's a very expensive expansion, of course, with power build. Maybe it was possible. Maybe an earlier Blizzard transition would have helped. There's so many ifs in this beautiful strategy game. Good news is Autumn Leaves probably the brawliest and smallest. In the fights, I feel Starbuck looked good. He is competitive with one of the best performing players of this entire Super League. Good saves, good execution in general, good focus fire. So this makes me hopeful for the upcoming, hopefully, 4 maps.
And the next map pick then is going to be Starbuck's choice. Apparently they're playing on Russia Central, which is why the Chinese connections have been a little bit shaky. But they're still using the lobby and not Flow TV because, well, because that's the way it goes. Springtime for map number 2, Starbuck. What is the plan here? I've been wondering for a while if humans
Take
cannot
this.
perhaps expand in the center, but that is perhaps too risky with peasants being vulnerable. Maybe that's just a dream that shall not come true, but I would love at least to see some more expansions.
So we'll see about that. Thank you, Livytree, for the sub. Thank you, WNKR, for the sub. And thank you, Egg Leo, as well as Connie Bun. And your support is really, really good. Thank you. Thank you. Man, I'm hyped. I'm hyped for the series. This is a very, very good day to bring the Super League back. And we gotta thank Hi Toon and his crew for putting this together, for getting, for putting all streamers together and have them chipping in. Of course, the Orga team behind it. This is a huge endeavor. And yeah, I'm very, very happy that we have now 17 days in a row and then playoffs. Bonkers content.
Is it from the group stage instantly into the playoffs, by the way?
I have received an updated schedule tonight. And that is, we have days off on October 23, August.
Wait,
20,
October?
Oh, no, sorry, I misspoke. August 23, 24, 25, 26. Those are the only 4 off days in the entire August.
Okay. So a little bit of a break, just a couple of days between group stage 2 ascension phase. And then things get really serious. I'm looking forward as well a lot to the ascension phase. I wonder if there's going to be, you know, like a miracle run, like a crazy, not lower bracket, but long extended run coming from a low position all the way perhaps into the top 3 or maybe even further. Would be epic. Is there going to be a sick bounce back by one of the players? There's going to be some stories here still to be told.
Fly. Man, the big comeback of Fly. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I know it.
Not sure if that's the player I would want to pick for that possibility.
I gotta say, I saw Focus a bit over the weekend. Looking good. Focus looking good again. I was pleased with Focus's performance.
That's good to hear. Looking forward to seeing him as well. Perhaps it doesn't have to be LYN only to make the Orcs proud in this league. Let's see if Starbuck can now make Europe proud on the second map. It is his map choice, Springtime. This is where in the past we used to see a ton of Peli Rifle play, by the way, even against Undead. But not here, no sir. It is going to be an Archmage opening against a Labby special with a Lich first.
Springtime Lich is the new last refuge. He apparently loves this hero. And now I wonder, is Labby the one to expand in the middle? That would be absolutely crazy. But hey, Labby is sometimes a crazy professor. So expect the unexpected when this guy is playing. For Starbuck then, the big question, will he go for the rifle push again or are we going expo play? I think if you don't play Peli Rifle on Springtime, you don't play it anywhere.
Yep, pretty much. I haven't seen the strat against top undeads in a while. On the old patch just a couple of weeks ago, we saw Fortitude, for example, do it sometimes against Happy, even with some success. But yeah, on the new patch, seems like it is reserved only against Orcs.
And it's a cool matchup there nowadays. What we can confirm is that Labby wants to expand somewhere. We see a 6th Acolyte, we see the Skull. And on the other side for Starbuck, 3 farms
Town is under
for
siege.
now. Nice annoying footman. I always love that play. Takes a little bit of expansion, attention off of you. And we have a classic springtime play where both are gunning for the Nullbrute.
Easy for the Lich here to secure a last
Player's
hit
forces are
if he's
under
willing to
attack.
invest the Nova. Starbuck is going for a 4th farm. Looks like expansion here is going to be the play. Center Expo indeed would have been very, very daring, but with both players able to be aggressive early on, it is likely not a good idea. An Expos at the Naturals should be the plan. Oh, great block, by the way. Damn, with the Watch Elemental, he blocked the Lich, prevented the Nova on the creep. And with that now almost level 2 AM, one scaling will be enough.
And Snare helps a little bit. Deny by Starbuck. You know, things like this block, things like this deny, you wouldn't have seen it 2 weeks ago, I think. Maybe an attempt, but then he gets unlucky again, and it's like a
Player's
second
forces
too
are under
late.
attack.
I am again hopeful for a better Starbuck performance thus far. We got the 4 farms, we got the militia on the way, and with that, the planned expansion should be there. Labby, by the way, playing it 1 base.
Yeah. He went for the skull, but going for the expansion, going for the tech now, I mean. Maybe was expecting Starbuck to be teching as well, but Starbuck is not doing that so far. Skelly Scout sees what's up, might be able to get a peasant here. We do indeed have a lot of peasants, and a 5th farm. Starbuck might be trying to brute force the Expo, which I am in favor of.
I agree. Not just because we like 2 base more, but also this map is kind of designed for that. And he should be on a good way. He played very good offense. Now this game he has to show us that he can also play a good defense.
Pitch around the corner, big last hit still available here, possibly getting stolen. Boots on the Lich, makes him now a lot more mobile. And that's an easy Nova, big experience swing right there. Sasquatch goes to the Undead. AM will at least pick up the item. Cause of attack, finally some more damage for him.
Yeah, I think he tried to block and surround with the militia, but Labby stepped to the side and outmaneuvered him a little bit. Here, another Nova gets another kill. Good news for Starbuck, that was the last of the Nova.
Quite a few peasants are going down, looking for more damage onto the Archmage as well. Lich could, in theory, eat a ghoul and use a Nova. Eats the low HP ghoul, though. There's not much mana. Oh, and there's a cloak. Oh, that cloak actually being very helpful here. AM can hide a bit.
He can hide a bit, but can he run? He's getting some kills now. Level 3 still not unlocked. Labby has to make an effort to deny these ghouls, I feel, or make them retreat. I think overall, nice deny by Starbuck here as well. Overall, Labby has stepped up his ghoul play even further in the past couple of weeks. Of course, a bit benefited by that patch there as well in certain regards. All right, 6 minutes and we start the town hall. Chat is asking already if this is GG.
Yeah, it's not a great Expo timing, really. This has been a difficult early game for Starbuck. There's no sugarcoating it. He got lots of last hits stolen, especially at the expansion, especially the big creep. I feel like there wasn't really much serious pressure onto the Lich. Could have perhaps used some peasants, some footies, I mean, and put them on the Lich to put more damage towards him. I feel like this wasn't perfectly played by Starbuck, but he's got the expansion coming up, and that can still be a win condition.
When is the tech timing then? 8 minutes? He got good lumber. He can tech soon. Might be able to catch up here if it's not too fragile. He got 8 footies. Lich is an inch away from level 3, but not super oppressive yet. He builds a lumber mill before tech. Interesting. Yeah, he needs guard towers. Might be a good call. And Labby, just classic undead 1-base destroyer rush.
Yeah, Starbuck doesn't really need a high tech to survive against this push. He needs towers. And for towers, you also need lumber. Is he going to have enough of that? In theory, there are shredders available. The first tower, though, is not a guard tower. It's an arcane tower. That one has to stay up, and it will. Lots of repair here is forced, and this is quite a bit of pressure against the human expo. The low-level Archmage now being quite the problem. Doesn't have that necessary level 3.
Lich again has a mana potion. There will be Nova, there will be damage. Archmage flirting with level 3, but no success. Tech has finally started. Starbuck in survival mode for the next five minutes.
There's one slaughterhouse coming up. Wouldn't be too surprising perhaps to see a second slaughterhouse. Although that hasn't been added. Oh, the one of negation comes in again. There goes the water elemental. And there go the footies as well, apparently.
It's not pretty. I mean, if you're a Labyrinth fan, this is awesome. I really like the Wand of Negation usage. Yes, it is expensive, as you mentioned, but it adds so much to your offense that you previously didn't have. And what many people are rightfully criticizing, there's no counterplay to this.
Archmage, still no level 3, dude. We are 8.5 minutes into the game, and we're seeing Labyrinth, by the way, expand in the center.
And that's why they call me the
Players'
Prophet,
forces
Remo.
are under attack.
This game doing it towards the mid-game stage. And all of a sudden, all those towers might be unnecessary failed investment. But still, it's a lot of resources for Starbuck in general from the Expo.
Right on. We get a Dreadlord third as well. This game shows once again why people fall in love with the Labyrinth player. So creative, so outside the box. Who plays Lich first? Who plays middle expansion? Who plays Dreadlord first? Who plays Wand of Negation? Like all these tiny things coming together. And so far, pretty dominant. But he can't allow Starbuck too much time and freedom.
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck right now still only thinking about defense. He's getting up his Mountain King. Masonry going to be done in a moment. Maybe the only way he's going to scout the center is with gyros, with the workshop. But then again, the AM now very close to it and might spot the blight because that is about to be created here with the help.
Hopefully, man. He needs this information. And then he has to work with it. Since this base is so close... Okay, he saw it now, for sure. Since this base is so close, it can be punished. Can he find a place maybe where he scouts with the gyro and sieges it with mortars? A couple of opportunities. Could also go into mass air to punish it better.
Starbuck tech to tier 3 right away. Didn't have enough lumber for that. And he has very secure bases now indeed. Didn't cancel those towers or anything. He lets them finish with the Mountain King now out. And the AM might be looking for some Acolyte kills. But man, he needs some more levels, dude. He really needs some more than just level 2 Archmage.
First he needs to survive. That's also stressful enough. We don't have reveal here that saves the Archmage. Mountain King coming in. Big escape of the 3 remaining footmen we got. Archmage though, if he gets out of the shadows, he's dead.
Stressful moment right now. AM. Alright, there's the TP out that should be saving him then. Acolyte also saved. Still no more kills. Still no more experience for the AM. Maybe with the Merc camp, he can finally get it.
Exactly. I love how Labyrinth is just going to the next camp, which would be the obvious one to take for Starbuck in an ideal situation. But nope. Undead gobbles it up. Full map presence by Labby. Even XP distribution as well. It's not that one hero is supremely over-leveled. Nope. He's making straight progress with the entire arsenal. Destroyer upgrade is ready. And we go mass air. We go mass air with 5 production buildings. Lumber is incredibly low now, of course. Hopefully he can catch up. He has 15 lumber workers. That's absurd.
So he's gonna go Griffin Gyros.
Yep.
Interesting. I don't think I've seen that army comp before.
Or Griffin tanks.
Many.
Against Dreadlord? I don't know, man. Dreadlord is odd when there's a lot of units. The damage distribution is a bit odd, I think. So, yeah, I don't know.
Another TP forced by Starbuck. Gonna throw him back more in economy again. Nabi playing his map control very well. Getting so many kills. Such a huge experience lead. DK3 already. He can even take away the Merc camp. And the map feels so choked out for Starbuck. Where's he gonna go? What's he gonna creep? How the hell is he gonna level up?
Forces are under attack.
Remo, why do you always come up with these good questions that I can't answer?
Answer them. Can Starbuck answer them? That has to be the hope. He's going for an orb of slow, by the way. I feel like this orb change was one of the most underwhelming patch changes I've ever seen. Wait, and also the Keeper buff, which was basically no buff at all.
Mr. Remo, did you see that they shadow buffed the Keeper in patch 1.36 without telling anybody? They shaved off 20 seconds of the Tranquility cooldown.
Yeah, right.
Never in any patch notes for 1.5 years.
Oh, cool. You know what that means? That means you just have to reach level 6 and then the hero might not be garbage.
Mr.
Oh, that's
Remo, don't fall for the Night Elf propaganda. The Keeper has seen good play recently.
Nah. Yeah, you can't convince me on that. Keeper is trash,
Never
bro.
trust an elf.
Keeper is trash.
Never trust an elf.
Believe it or not, Starbuck was able to creep up a little bit here on the outskirts. He took the lab, got another item. Would love to get the red camp. It's gonna take a while though to kill with magic damage.
Yeah, that's hard, man. The water elementals are helping, but let us see if Labyrinth can steal that one. Nice little punish. Everywhere you go, I'll be watching you.
Carrying Swarm being revealed here for the first time. The gyros now having a good target with the destroyer. So much mana on that as well. He's been getting so many creeps, it's ridiculous.
Also the items, right? Sobi Mask, Rune Braces, Kodo Aura is fantastic. So, Nova onto the Griffins now. I'm not sure if Carrion Swarm does so much. He needs to aim perfectly with the Swarm.
That one doing some decent damage right there. The statues are easy to kill for the Griffins, and those are going to be taken out right away. MK very hurt. Same for the Pally. He has to be stabbed. Inbon though not running for much longer. And again, a TP out by Starbuck. Again and again, he has to evacuate. At least here he had a decent trade. And it's a bit ahead in supply, but honestly not by much. Larry's going to equalize. And the levels and items are just ridiculous.
Right on. Upgrades are kicking in now too. 2 and 1. We get more gyros. Carrion Swarm is level 2. Of course, no heal scroll will help you against that, as mechanical units are not affected by that heal scroll.
A player's forces are under
Still
attack.
feels like Labby is not in a position to break a base. There's too many towers. I am... Okay. We're moving all the lumber workers over, which is still an absurd amount, even though it's not that many anymore. Griffin's gyros, man. Is that the answer?
We are calling the boys. That's a big militia train going to the center. 1-0 upgrades for them and the Griffins and the Knights. Or I should say perhaps Knight, singular. There seems to be only one at the moment. TP in, on the right next to the human. And that's the Mountain King in trouble right away. Couldn't. Holy Light. The silence. I mean the sleep. The sleep prevents the Holy Light. Level 3 MK, most important hero for Starbuck right now. Taken out instantly.
Okay, let's see if there's a miracle possible here. This is good experience for the Paladin, of course. Damage via Griffins is fine. Knight is saved, unlike the MK. Level up finally for this Archmage. Level 2 on the Brilliant Aura. Knight stepped out as well. He can't get full control over the air, but with the last Destroyer falling now, maybe there's hope.
Webs though, more kills. Couple of Fiends have gone down, but some are still left on the ground. 2-1 upgrades also, they're looking strong. Death Knight now on level 4 with the Sobi. He's got a great regen. And it looked a bit tricky there for Labby for a moment, but he has the defense locked in. Starbuck back down to 50 supply only. And the Undead still looking strong. Rebuilding his army now quickly. And the hero levels are just too good. 444, incredible items as well. And the 2-0 for Labyrinth.
That militia call seemed a bit off as well. He donated them all to the towers. And yeah, that fight didn't start well. If you lose your carry hero 2 seconds into the fight, there's barely a chance. And there was, unfortunately, barely a chance. Labby again finding amazing counterplay with the Lich. Nice read. With that tier 3 instead of counter expanding as well. Then seeing, oh, you got so many towers, let's just expand against it. Your tech is late, your second hero is late, your army is late, everything's late for you. I'm gonna punish you with that Expo, and then middle expansion fortified is hard to crack. And I guess the army composition didn't come together after Labyrinth basically crept the entire map. This not as close as the first game, and Labby is one map away from getting 6 points here.
Yeah, absolutely. Labby continuing to look really good. I feel like Starbuck here played a bit too aggressive in the early game, contesting the center camps. I don't know where this trend came from, but I feel like it's exactly the wrong trend. You know, Human back in the day, back when they were winning everything and we're like, oh my god, nobody can defeat Human. What did they do most of the time? They crept Merc Camp every time. They got level 2 fast every time. Level 3 quickly, Mercenaries, Footies, Strong Army, AM dictates the tempo. And it seems to make sense on paper. Nobody can creep level 3 as fast as Humans, and nobody can creep Merc Camps as easily as Humans. Why are we playing level 1 aggressive? Why? AM is a trash hero on low levels. He gets so much better with better water elementals, with more mercenaries. Why aren't we just creeping to level 3 and then fighting? I don't get it.
Well, maybe to throw a curveball here and there. There might be something. Maybe you can call Starbuck and ask him.
Yeah, let me call him right now. I'm sure right now he's in a great mood to talk.
He is in a fantastic mood. But a little bit of hope here. He found himself oftentimes in a 0-2 position. Sometimes it went immediately level 3. Level 3? No, 0-3. Sometimes he was able to bring it back, and I feel like he got that fighting spirit here today. Maybe not so much at the end of springtime, but all hope was lost after this experience reign on the undead heroes. Love to see the Dreadlord, by the way. Really, really cool adjustment. No Dark Ranger. Nothing from the tavern, just straight up Dreadlord, who is a damn fine hero if you can get the levels.
It was almost insane to watch how high these hero levels got. Like, this Dreadlord was level 3 in no time, and he even got level 4 not even that late into the game. Just lots of kills for Labyrinth and so much creeping. I guess on springtime especially, if you get map control in a very convincing way, there are so many creep camps close by to each other, like the middle Furbolg camps and the red camps, honestly, also not far away. Yeah, if you are in turtle defense mode, can be very hard map to find yourself in. Next map, I feel like should be better for Starbuck. It's going to be Hammerfall, his pick. And for the love of God, will some humans please just play a level 3 creep route?
We'll see about that. Hammerfall is coming up. And yeah, Starbuck, I guess he had higher ambitions here, but once again, we have to put this into perspective. Labby 3-1 Fortitude, just showing again how he's rising to the top of the scene, that he deserves a top spot in the ELO ranking as well, where he's making great progress recently. Unlike Starbuck, who fell out of the top 15 even. Yesterday's All the Random tournament, that was a piece of cake. Today's Super League is the highest level of competition that we got in Warcraft 3, and at the moment Starbuck is not in the top 10 as we see. It's time for a big turnaround, Remo, otherwise the stats for Starbuck are 0-6.
Not the welcome back gift he was hoping for after vacation. Maybe after today he feels like he has to take another vacation. Please don't stop, please don't leave us. Stay with us. We want to see you, and we want to see you succeed as well. We're going to see him now again with an Archmage footy opening. Pet Rifle indeed seems rather dead right now in this matchup, as Labby also returns to Crypt Lord. But looking at the creep route for Starbuck, you know what this is, Neo? This is a level 2 creep route instant expansion, not a level 3 creep route, and that makes me mad.
Mr. Remo Demo, you gotta do some yoga, some meditation maybe, let it all out. Do you know the lore behind Starbuck's potato farming, by the way? I feel like you talked about that before.
I do not know the details.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, it seems to be an odd summer occupation to go potato farming.
I mean, you get a nice little tan, and you're harvesting food for yourself. That's a WW.
Yeah, I do get it. Like, it's something completely different from what he usually does, but I thought maybe, I don't know, his family has a plantation or something.
Plantation owner, Starbuck. Let me see. Maybe that's why he is so good at managing the small folk. He is now trying to interrupt the undead play. Is he expanding behind it? Seems like the intention is there with the tower. Gonna go for a narrow tower, cancel right away. If he gets the last hit steal, that would be gigantic against the Taskmaster.
He's trying. There's no impale just yet. It's only needles. Nice deny. Starbuck still with more than solid execution here in the early stages. Last hit would be so big. No chance against a fully surrounded Taskmaster.
Lot of illusion for the Crypt Lord. Maybe not the greatest item right now,
It's under siege.
but it's pretty easy hold here in the end, it seems. With the ghouls and the beetles and the skellies, there's just so many things that level 1 water elementals have a tough time dealing with. You know what's better against this, Neo? Level 2
Mountain King
water
Clap.
elementals.
Players
That
forces
Level
impale
2
that's
water
around.
elites.
What's the assessment? Not great, huh?
Starbuck is stacking, by the way, not expanding. This was spotted early on. Should be able to get an expo cancel here, though. And separate from the rest of the army, but the footies get the cancel. Watch Elemental goes down. A bit more experience for the Crypt Lord, but now AM quite low mana for a while. So the next cancel is going to be harder.
Did he deny this water elemental with a footy? Did you see that?
Yeah, that's pretty
That
good.
was good play, good play. And he has a couple of footmen. And he's going for the acolytes. Still aggressive, trying to go for 3 points around. Doesn't necessarily work. 2 footmen hurt already. That's some free XP for the Crypt Lord, usually. Archmage doubling down, escaping us around here. And acolytes falling in the base. Alrighty, we're talking.
They're going to be getting remade pretty quickly. Narrow Tower coming up. Starbuck has to get another cancel, I feel like. He's got 2 footies and 1 Archmage. Oh, he's running into a surround! What? Starbuck wasn't looking. Maybe the elemental damage can be enough, though.
Town portal, yeah, now again, same old story. Wouldn't the level 2 water elemental be nice? It is slowed by the narrow tower. We're counting down. 40 seconds, impale to the rescue, ghouls do the damage. No cancel. Oh man, what a blunder.
And now things are not looking good for Starbuck at all. He's super hurt, needs to get some healing in finally. At least he saved some footies here on low HP. But the Crypt Lord is about to take the experience lead, the level lead to 3. And there's absolutely no cancel to Expo anymore.
So desperate, man. This is so desperate. Everything still hurt. Healing getting mostly cancelled soon. He's not even bothered to use his full army. All he needs is a Crippy and a couple of bugs. And the ghouls take out the spot. And Expo's up and can be repaired. And Starbuck is again in a situation he'd rather not be in. Underleveled, underfunded. And now with the Blood Mage.
A player's forces are under attack.
That makes, I guess, in theory, good against Crypt Lord. If you got the space to siphon a lot. But Library's going to be getting stronger quickly. Fiend production normally is what we see here. Graveyard, double crypt, mass fiends. And Starbuck is going to his natural. Is he considering a counter expansion maybe? Oh no, absolutely not. Looking at the resources, there's no way.
Yeah, he's playing a similar game than he played on Autumn Leaves, I guess. Just with a Blood Mage instead of a Mountain King. Siphon mana's an illusion to make it pop. And again, the Crypt Lord with the Ring of Regen. This is the second time this happens against this push strat, and it's such a big help.
Yeah, Starbuck looking a bit toothless here on map 3, I gotta say. This is, like, already before his break, this strat looked bad. Maybe not quite up to the times with
I was about, like, I was thinking the same. Very deflated.
Player's forces are
This
under
level 2 aggression is, I don't know, it almost feels like, let's get this over with.
Maybe able to find a good creep jack here. Would love to steal an item perhaps. Acid steal not quite successful. And the Blood Mage runs into a surround. Okay, Zeppelin though. Stun to prevent the no-net.
This just insult to injury, man. Labby slaps Starbuck around. There is no tomorrow for the Slovenian. He can try to fight here now, but this is all time for Labby. And again, like he has the right answer with that Zeppelin, but Labby has the answer to the answer before the answer is really on. And this is now really rough.
Lord loves getting one kill after the next here, maybe a few more creeps. Every little step towards level 5 is a big,
Player's forces
a big point towards victory. Because that level 3 Impale, we've seen it shine earlier already. So powerful against Rifleman armies, whether it's 1 base or 2 base. In this game, of course, there's no 2 bases in the cards for Starbuck. And I think that's honestly his biggest reason for failure. Not prioritizing expansion enough, and not prioritizing level 3 enough. I feel like he just has been playing these early games so wrong. Mostly way too aggressive.
Slide into his DMs. Do a little boot camp. Starbuck still has the match against Happy up. Maybe that will turn it all around.
And thinking about the match against Happy, think back to Bedroom, where he defeated Happy. It seems like a different universe.
Yep. Gotta say, Starbuck always a little weaker in summer than he is in fall and winter times. Too social of a person to be a true gamer like Medusa.
Feel a bit bad for him. I mean, after the return, he was of course hoping for a bit of redemption and a much better run of things, but a 0-3 today, which is now looking very likely. Bit of a reality check, bit of a gut punch.
Is he trying to reach for a Flame Strike, but can't? Oh boy, instantly punishing that Mana Siphon. Flame Strike, Blizzard, kinda nice for the AoE of course, but that position is again not great. This rifle has no spot being here. Labby also dodges the Flame Strike nicely. It's not taking that much damage. And yeah, this seems like a bit of an excuse of a push.
Some decent AoE damage, and importantly, Labby cannot get to the shop right now for heal scrolls. On the gold mine. Hold on.
Okay, but there's no TP. There's no... Oh, the Zap again wept. Ay, ay, ay.
That might be that. Level 3 Impale. Not hitting too much there. Only 2 units, but good enough for some more kills. And of course, there will always be Mana Potions, coupled with some strong items. Blood Mage now out of mana. There's the potion, there's the Impale. Everything's stunned. And that is more one-sided than I was expecting.
Freaking Labyrinth, man. This is his 7th win in a row in the most decorated league in all of Warcraft. 7 in a row! And he gets 6 points, which is obviously phenomenal for the rankings. For Starbuck, the misery continues. It wasn't the breakout performance that he was hoping for, that he needed. Labby, top performance at WSB, top performance at Super League, and my god, this guy is so scary now. He's at 36 points. He has an average performance of 4.5 points per match. Labby is a monster right now.
Absolutely. Labby, in this matchup specifically, seems like almost nobody can beat him. Beating Starbuck today, who seems a bit underprepared, but also before beating Fortitude, where honestly, there also I feel like Fortitude didn't play his best. Right now, it seems like the humans are struggling a bit in this matchup. Labby is enjoying the show that he is providing. And if things keep going this way, we're going to have Labby finishing very high up in the standings to get ready for the Ascension.
Dude, Labby is 9-2 against Starbuck, Fortitude, and Sock. And he's 12-3 if you put in Infi as well. Like, some of the matches were before the patch, some of the matches were after the patch. Monstrous undead versus human, man, across the board.
Yeah, I'm wondering what who he's going to be facing next then. He's not playing tomorrow. We know the matches of that already. But Labyrinth right now, he doesn't seem to have many weaknesses. The matchup against Happy is going to be very tough. Feels like Undead still. He hasn't quite figured out the code for Undead Mirror. That's the one matchup where the fast expo still doesn't seem to be working for him.
That's right. He still has to face Happy, Lyn, Life, but also focus Moon and Fly on the rather weaker end of things. Labyrinth will start very, very, very late in the Ascension phase. This is one of his best performances ever. For Starbuck, shoes on the other foot. If the shoe is still on, I don't know. He is 0-5 now and at an average point per game of 1.
1 point per game. Yikes.
Lots
What
of
can you
room
say?
for
Well,
improvement.
he's better than Fly still with 0.2 per game. Right now, Starbuck and Fly and Moon and Focus at the bottom. But Moon and Focus still far ahead. And Moon today with a chance to greatly increase his points per game average, especially if he beats Life then.
Yeah, that's coming up next, the third game of today. Hopefully, Starbuck can impress tomorrow, where he's playing again versus ColorFul, right? Yeah, that's an absolute do or die game.
Yeah, ColorFul has had some good series as well this tournament, but only 2 wins, to be honest, at the end of the day. But lots of close series.
He got that 3-0 win versus 1-0, which seems preposterous in hindsight.
Yeah. Kind of wild. ColorFul with that, one of the lower scoring Night Elves. He is the second lowest behind Moon. Yeah, it seems like if Starbuck wants to have a decent run still, tomorrow is when things have to change.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he still has the focus game and the fly game. That's solid points, maybe. But yeah, he also has Happy Lyn for 1-0 Lawlight. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's the thing, right? He didn't even have like this hard of a program by now. The heavy hitters are yet to come.
Yeah, there's still some heavyweights waiting. Yep.
Yeah.
And he also has Fly. You know, that might be a fun series.
Because it's like their number one competitive match.
Because I feel like everyone is beating Fly right now. I think if you play a series against Fly right now, you got decent chances.
Yes, that is correct. Shall we do a show match? Remo vs. Fly?
Neo, this is your moment. Neo versus Fly.
Did you see? I was in the semi-final of a tournament on Friday.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm saying. Fly is the next step.
Here you go. Bata's birthday bash. It was great. I might have unfortunately dark ritualed my frostworm.
Oh, I know that feel. I still remember the day when that happened to me.
Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. That was painful. Let's take a look real quick at Life. He started this series, this season, with an absolute banger, taking out LYN 3-2, followed it up with a 3-0 over Fly, but then was stopped by Happy. Happy broke his 3-game win streak against him. Pretty one-sided, actually, 3-1. This is when I started to doubt Life a little bit. He was then beaten by the Kaho, who seems to be a bit better in Mirror. That wasn't the craziest of upsets, but the big bounce back here by Life, I feel, versus 1-0. Also in a very close series versus Lawlight, who I considered to be the better Mirror player. And I say, if you beat Lawlight, you will also beat Moon.
Yeah, I can get behind that. If you are ready to go away from the norm. With Moon in the game, in the Night of Mirror, chances of things getting weird and moving away from Bare Mirror are very high. So I hope you did your homework of what you need to counter what weird strat. We've been seeing some crazy things lately. Talent play, a lot of especially Hippo Rider play, Dark Ranger stuff with Life Drain, Mass Archers, Mass Ancient of War. So these are things you need to be ready for.
We were, by the way, provided a dark mode for our Super League ranking. Once again, result, absolute god. So this is updated now. How was Moon's performance so far? Checking it out. Lost to 40, a crazy win versus Starbuck. Still the map of the tournament with the ungodly base race they had. Losses to Focus 1-0, Happy, Infi, and Lawliot. 5 in a row now. The redemption arc for Moon has to also start here.
When was the time he played against Fly? That was 3 play days ago. So there he got some wind into his sails again, beating Fly just like everyone else, just like you will be doing, Neo. That's right.
Dude, he's gonna destroy me with 2 peons.
I was getting hyped for Moon for just about 3 hours when we saw him in the WSB. Neo, oh, it was glorious. We could feel the moon hype surging within us. Beating LYN in the first match, then getting to the 2-2 score against Fortitude. He almost made it to the winner bracket final, but then of course he ended up losing and losing again. But there are still these inklings. There are still these moments of brilliance every now and then, but it seems like it's so rare to see Moon string them together for more than just 1 or 2 maps. Also in this tournament, multiple times we saw 1 or 2 maps, we were like, oh my god, this is brilliant. Oh my god, he's doing amazing. And then he falls apart. I'd love to see Moon reclaim his former glory, but I feel like I say this every damn week. And am left in tears.
And to underline what you just said, the game started and Moon is not moving his wisps. I guess they started without him being ready, so we need a little bit of a rehost here to get things on the way once they realize this. But yeah, I share that, and I had that so many times in some tournaments. Clickbait Neo as I am, I titled some YouTube videos, the 5th race is back, the Moon of old. Yeah, and then a series later, it was back to reality. But hopefully today is a good day.
All the Moon fans out there are hoping for it as well. He is one of the creative masterminds of this game. Still to this day, he will often innovate. But also lately, I've been seeing him, well, giving up on that. And just going for bare mirror himself because he knows, well, that always works. And maybe I can win some games with that as well.
We got the rematch. Moon is just old. It's sad, but it's reality. LYN is the same age. Doesn't matter. Warcraft 3 isn't such a highly mechanical game that matters too much. He might have other priorities than grinding 25 hours a day, but age has nothing to do with that. So,
age is just a number. That also is what Neo's Tinder profile says.
That abandoned, forsaken place. Here we go, everybody. It is Moon, who many consider the GOAT of Warcraft, versus the one last true gamer. In case you joined late, in case you've been under a rock over the weekend, Live has played, and I kid you not, a best of 100 show match series versus SOC. That is not an exaggeration. This is what they did. Live is definitely practicing, not necessarily this matchup, but for sure Warcraft in general. And of course, he has a bit of catching up to do, as it was a mixed season for him so far. And my overlay crashed, so Mr. Remo Demo, you have to radiocast a little bit.
Oh, hell yeah. 3, 2, 1 sync, like in the good old ESL radio days. We're going to be starting things off pretty much standard with Ancient of War Creep at the shops. 1 for each and a demon for both. Demon Hunter is now going to pick up some items early on. Maybe we're even going to get cheeky. Sell a TP scroll, circlets and rings and claws and gloves. That's what we love to get as we're getting ready for the mid game. Is it just going to be bears? or is it going to be something different? We have seen some variation there indeed lately, as we've been talking about. Hippo Riders is something we've been seeing a surprisingly high amount of.
That's right, and they've been very exciting. Not the ultimate highest win rate, but a lot of variety. Also then crows especially. So here we go. I'm fast forwarding. I'm hoping for a lot of variety. Maybe some bottoms, some kitties, some huntress. And we'll see where this goes. On autumn leaves though. Creep route is pretty much set in stone, starting off at the shop. And we are going live. Once again, a best of 5. If you win, you get 4 points at least. If you win 3 and 1, you get 5 points. If you win 3 and 0, you get 6 points. Off we go.
Five's just a rather slow early game, just creeping up to 3. This one is, well, pretty much expected. Level 3 creeper are very straightforward on this map. 3 camps for level 3, and on the way you pick up a bunch of items. Looking at those, so far I would say I'm liking the ring of protection a bit more, so I think life inventory I prefer it.
Yep, it's very solid, that's for sure. Claws never hurt, of course, helping with the creep speed. Rings help with moon juice a little bit, and we are indeed synced up for a classic tier 2 arrival with Hunter's Halls. There is no expansion, so we shouldn't really expect mass dryads. I sang high praises on live when I casted some games over the weekend. I feel like he is becoming a different player. We casted him in like 2015-16 already, when he was like the standout young player of the scene, and he was incredibly robotic. Dryads, Bears, Demon Hunter, Naga, every single game, every single matchup didn't really matter. That has changed. He has mixed in mass Dryads AP pushes versus human. He's experimenting with the Tinker. He's playing Mountain Giants and Chimeras versus Undead. In mirror matches, I wonder if he's as experimental as well.
Times there, the experimentation seems to be difficult to go for, since the Dryad Bears are just so reliable and have also a good counter to other possible strategies in a nearby tech tree. Especially with Mountain Giants coming from lures, and those being so good against the crows, the talons rather. Very strong Demania for life, by the way. Amazing inventory, a little bit better than Moon. Gonna force his demon bank, gonna force him to heal up a bit earlier. We do have the double lures, we do have the double keepers. This is gonna be bears for map 1.
Life is in the process of losing his ancient. Whoops! Little bit of an issue. While Moon's creeping looks clean, both can be happy about their items so far. And yeah, keeper, bear. That's the name of the game. But hopefully just both players sticking their toes into the water to see if this is the strategy going forward. The past encounters have been won by Moon, but we also have to say that this is a long time ago. Since then, Life has probably played 50,000 games.
If you want to get good, you gotta practice, and Life certainly is one who likes to practice. And he likes to get that item as well. He found the Scourge Bone Chimes, life steal now for the bear army and the Demon Hunter. Absolutely phenomenal. You know, the first couple of entangles can be exchanged. No unit losses so far, both with still 4 archers alive. That Ancient of War lost though, that's annoying, right? Because how the hell are you gonna creep this Merc Camp now?
Yeah, with the investment of a lot of HP. But Remo, aren't you updated on the lore of the Scourge Bone Chimes? It is the cursed item. It's supposed to give you a big advantage, but somehow the player with the Bone Chimes always loses.
Well, let's see if that curse can be broken today. Moon is hoping for just that.
Remo is so nice the past couple of weeks, man. Usually this would be your time to say that I'm looking for crazy pattern, or that I'm hallucinating, or stuff like that. Now, you seem a bit more open-minded.
Well, you never want to close yourself to new information, to new knowledge. Perhaps there is a wicked witch that has cursed this item. Right now, Moon is feeling no fear, despite a possible curse. He's going in for the next attack. And this Scourge Bone Chime is really good for the Demon Hunter already, by the way. He has regened a bunch of HP. from the lifesteal. And got the first Archer kill as well. Archers versus Dryads, the piercing damage here. Seems to be doing worse on the new patch, but against Dryads, still pretty good.
Absolute Archer slaughter. You want to rotate out of them anyway. Archer blocked by Moon. Looking phenomenal. Oh my god. Gets the Demon Hunter kill just like that. GG. All the 100 games versus Sock for nothing. Who said Bear Mirror? We finished the game out before. 1-0 for Jung Jae-ho.
That was a quick one. What was that, like 8 minutes or something?
It was 7 minutes 54.
Not even looking for the late game. Really able to build on his little advantage there with the Scourge Bone Chimes. Just those early skirmishes where every bit of healing is so valuable. Already those paying off heavily. Moon knowing what he can get away with and what he can't. Good control. Like to see it. But still, that's only one of 3 maps required for him to finally get that win and start that turnaround in the season.
Hell yeah, man. And the Scourge Bone Chimes. It was indeed the day where the curse was broken. Mr. Remo with the perfect prediction. You might be getting a profit apprenticeship from me.
Am I going to get a crystal ball as well?
You can have a ball or 2 if you want.
Ooh, what can I do with all those balls? I'm sure I'm going to think of something.
Juggling. You can juggle, right?
I can juggle, yes.
Isn't that fantastic? What do you think that of him?
Yeah, it's you know, when you don't have many other skills in life, you got to find some ones that at least you can show to the world.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm still looking though.
Well, I'm hearing that you're becoming very good at gardening, so maybe you can do a little garden expo for the next Raraland event.
I might start to learn.
Never too late to learn. We're getting ready for map number 2. Last Refuge to be our map. And I'm seeing, again, no game in Float TV.
I got it. So it might just be an issue of a minute or 2. Joins us here as we are fast forwarding. Last Refuge, oftentimes played as a high tempo game with a potential Naga. This time we join a little earlier. We got Moon with a 1-0 lead left hand side, showing us again that he is among the best gamers that this game not only has ever had, but also currently has. And life, maybe instead of 100 games against Sock, you should have played like 5 against Kaho or ColorFul.
Or maybe it was just a one-off and now Life can once again truly show his potential. You mentioned the series against Kaho. He played that before the break, not too many days ago here in the Super League. This seemed to be the meeting of the 2 top elves right now, and their Kaho came out on top indeed. It was a close series though. Map 4 is where things ended where they shouldn't have ended. Life was so close to winning and then made a number of insanely obvious, unnecessary mistakes that then cost him the map and cost him the series. But all in all, Life still had a pretty good run here, and with the win today, would build on that even more. And it's only the first map of the series that went wrong, still plenty of time to come back.
I would wholeheartedly agree. Maybe also, the longer the series goes, Moon might be getting tired. It's also an hour later for him currently. And Medusa has shown, Life has shown, that he's not tiring out after even 100 games. Once again, we have the Battle of Claw versus Ring that helped Moon a little bit in the last game. And the game's unfolding in front of our eyes with scouting on both sides. Both, for now, leave the mercenary camp alone. Jump straight to the Shadow Priest, which can easily be prepped, of course, for the consumable. Hoping for some Watch Awards, hoping for some regen potions. It's, as always, a slow start.
About to begin. I guess the first big decision in this game is going to be, is one going to try to play rather aggressive creeping, go for a merc camp maybe, involve some mercenaries. So far those camps have been ignored, and Moon making good use of the item here. One of Illusion can be use, as we saw there, to creep the next camp. Now he's got 2 items on his demon. But Life wants to punish the low HP on the opponent.
Okay, a little bit unlucky for Moon here. 1 archer in the end snare. Also Life putting out a lot of damage here, forcing him into a TP from his own front yard. Nice aggression by Life. Well done. As the tech unfolds at the 84-second mark. Nothing groundbreaking for Moon here, but yeah, Moon Juice low, Town Portal gone. Strong start for Life.
Moon didn't lose an archer, did he? He just made 2 and then going for mercenaries. That makes sense, of course, saving gold on the archers, going for mercs instead. Whoa, but Life, he's got a lot of archers. That's a whole bunch, plus mercs. And no Hunter's Hall just yet.
Is he the one going Hippo Riders? Between Moon, who once again got the bone child, by the way. Oh, no, it's just the delayed Hunter's Hall. I was getting hopeful.
Getting a bit excited as well, but okay, I guess not here. He's got a big ranged army still. With that, it would also perhaps be doable to take the center camps for yourself. The merchants having big consumables, you love to take those, especially with an early Naga. That can be quite enticing. But if you're expecting Sylvis to go the way of mass bears in the end, then Keeper is what you're looking for.
Player's forces are
Exactly. Let's see if we have the time. Life is moving towards the tavern. It's not in time for a creep deck though. Not too sure if that is the time for a Naga. Tech is finished. Still finds his opponent here. And it is the Naga. He's changing the tempo.
Life very strong right now. He would own a fight super easily. Maybe Moon has to respond with a Naga of his own. He's sending a Wisp towards the tavern. Looks like it is going to be the neutral hero here. In the main base, the shop isn't ready. The lures aren't up yet. And Life is looking for a strong pressure play.
Let's see if we can take care of some Wisps. Lumber is looking alright, but it's no lures up yet. So Moon is missing some resources and can't really afford the Wisp losses. Pressure play is good. Also Moon driven away from his own Moon World, which is not ideal. Shop down, and as you suggested, counter Naga.
TP pass, Naga survives, Shadow Priest taken out, and Life is going to get away with 1 loss in the end. Almost saved the Archer as well, while he has lures coming up. So, should still be bears, I guess. Are we going to see a tier 3? Yes, we are. Bears then soon on the way. But maybe Moon is worried right now if this is more Dryad pressure. He doesn't have a perfect scout at the moment.
Yeah, there's no eyes on the map, right? I think one at the lab. I don't know. Yeah, there's one at the lab. Moving it out now. Like, how far are you? What are you going for? Let's check this out. Throw the Beast for Life, a little bit unfortunate. Same for the Pipe, which is in comparison absolutely worse than Scourge Bone Chimes. And Moon has some catching up to do. He's behind in Dryads. He is surely behind in Tech as well.
Still enjoying those Scourge Bone Chimes, though. We see it right now. Creeping with the Demon. He's not really losing HP. Healing up little by little. Dancing with the Warglaives. Finding more damage as well. Holy. Double Claws and Gloves. But no Ring of Protection, which can be a bit problematic late game.
That's right. But for the defense, if he does more damage, he's regenerating more HP, right?
That's also true. In this game, of course, there's going to be no Thorns to reflect the damage onto himself. Next big item possibly here for Moon. Lots of good ones available.
Right on. I'm always a big fan of the Kafka's Pipe. Also a big fan of that Archer block. Sexy! And with the mana burn kill, he gets Ancient Django. Phenomenal. More movement speed, more attack speed. Exactly what you want. And we unfold Dryads. Life already on the way to Bears with Ultra Vision on both sides. This is your classic Bear Mirror. With the exception, of course, of the second use.
Both found the move speed aura. In the case of Life, it was the Unholy, which is probably a bit worse than the other one that also gives attack speed in this specific scenario. I've seen also, in fact, many times in Night of Mirrors, in Bear Mirrors, move speed aura is getting sold by elves, which at other times always seems insane. It's such a good item. But in Bear Mirror, honestly, sometimes it seems like, well, you got the big bear front line heading towards each other, and they clash, and then they just stand there and don't really run. So in that case, maybe the move speed isn't worth much.
Yeah, I'd agree to that. Maybe, if you kite it with dryads, then it might help. But also just a little bit that it doesn't really make a difference. And it shouldn't break any points there. So this is worth a lot of gold. Can be put into heal scrolls? Why not? I'm curious if we see any chimeras. This has become a little trendy recently in Night
A
of.
player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, once we get to 50 and the game slows down a bit, perhaps that can be a possibility. Don't forget the tome life. There we go, picks it up. Plus 2 agi for free. If it's for free, you take it.
That's right. If you get a horse gifted, you don't look at its mouth.
If you got a prime sub laying around, you can always give it to us.
That's right. That's
We will love it way more than everybody
A
else.
player's
Promise.
forces are under attack.
pinky swear. So is this the moment where the game slows down? Feels rather slow
Kind
to
of.
me.
Yeah, seems that way. Map is mostly prepped up. We still... I guess we got a couple of camps, couple of stragglers still left over, but most important camps have been taken. Life's pretty late with his shop, by the way. Still no Orb of Corruption. I mean, Orb of Venom on him.
Yurko, thank you for the 87
Just normal
months.
sub.
Just a normal sub. We appreciate that even more. And thank you, Winter App, for the 10 month.
Frontline Demon Hunter for life, taking a lot of damage right away. He's got Inborn and Ankh. We're going to trigger the Ankh first, going to be Inborn at the start. A lack of the Orb of Venom. I mentioned it before. Keyword in the back though, really good. And those are not so easy to take out these days. They are magic immune. So this Heward actually staying up surprisingly long. Life keeps chasing. Looking confident despite the lack of orb.
Yeah, super good so far. Also got an Ankh as you say. So great recovery on top of the already existing Reju. Moon, a little bit in trouble here, and in these fights it's hard to stand out with any micro moves. Life losing a Dryad here though, losing a bit of control due to the poison being gone. Any blockers again? Oh, Life Naga. Not enough damage to break through that rejuvenation. On the left-hand side, Naga by Moon is in trouble, trying to reach the Moon Wells, and thanks to the Demon Hunter letting go. Letting go. Naga lives.
Do you want to build a snowman?
I'd love to do this snowman with you.
I only watched Frozen for the first time like half a year ago or so. And it's a cute little movie. Wouldn't say it's my favorite Disney movie. But that song is so cute.
Player's forces
Do
are
you
under
want to
attack.
build a snowman?
Yep, the songs are very, very catchy.
And you know, cards on the table, Neil. Just full transparency. I haven't built a snowman in many, many years.
That is the freaking global warming, man.
Gotta move to Iceland.
Gotta go to Iceland.
No trees, but lots of snow. Hopefully. And a couple of volcanoes.
Maybe we get a chance. Winter Rara Land, we all build snowmen together.
We finally have an Orb of Venom on life. That one was certainly lacking before. Of course, Moon has had his for a while, and he also got a way faster level 5 Demon Hunter. When exactly did that happen?
Probably when we were talking about Frozen. And snow.
True. That might have something to do with it. Working on upgrades as well. Moon there has a bit of a lead. He's got a bit of a lead on the demon. He's got a bit of a lead with the aura. I mean, that's not a bad spot for him.
I agree. Especially with the heal scroll. Very, very beneficial. No room for error here. Same supply, similar upgrades, and Demon Hunter's both under fire. Life! Ooh, that Demon Hunter almost disappeared, but his focus fire was rather on bears, which he gladly takes out.
Bears now going down. Level 4 for the Naga. For life finally. He's trying to get his own Level 5 on the Demon as well. Dryad's being targeted next. Good rejuve. Saves the Dryad there for Moon with the Demon Hunter chasing, trying to get another kill. Everything's quite fast indeed with these move speed auras. They have not been sold in this game. Moon now low on his first hero. Invo Potion looking now very necessary. Rest of the army a little bit separated from the first hero.
Nice little brawls here between them. But not enough HP anymore. Needs a redo. Doesn't have the mana for it. Fog Lightning not available. It is powerful on both sides. Retreating now. We still have that heal wall, by the way, as you said. This can be great, of course, if life gives him some space, but I don't think that's in the cards.
One bear staffed up, but the other one falls, and that is good experience for the Demon. Is that 5? Oh, not just yet. Needs one more, but close enough to be able to smell it already.
How does a level 5 smell?
Rusty.
I don't know what the English word is, but I imagine it to be like moschus.
I don't even know what that smells like. Isn't that... Is that the smell of Axe body spray?
Yes, it's horrible, dude. Horrible. It's disgusting.
I think it's musk.
Might be.
Anyways, next fight breaks out. We have 4 bears versus 4 bears. Demon Hunter staffed back home right away. The staffing back in. This fight is looking pretty good for life so far. Moon returns with the first hero. Rejuved up there a decent amount. But life seems to have a bit more HP that he's working with.
Alrighty, with the high ground, a little bit of an advantage maybe, but Moon's Demon Hunter under fire. Evasion, so close! Okay, Ankh triggered Moon, getting to the Moon Wills, which are dire. Demon Hunter back 50%, being attacked once again. Moon seems brave, maybe rocking a Zeppelin in a second. Demon Hunter needs a staff at the Naga at the ready.
Easy kill down on the bear. This one is going to be getting chased down. Life is going to be at 51 supply, which is always rather uncomfortable. Might be time to deny a Wisp. Working on 2-2 upgrades. They are... No, wait. 2-1. 2-1 upgrades on Moon. No, wait. On Life. And 1-3. So, a little bit better. Quite good on Moon.
Not about items again. We don't see any transitions. You said it, 2-1 against 2-3. That is Moon's big advantage. And double orb. Whoa, that double orb is fantastic.
It's a long daytime, by the way. No moon juice here for quite a while.
Yeah, life.
Kind of surprised that Life isn't just going to a creep camp. Just has to kill 1 creep for level 5. Like, there's a troll right there. You could troll that troll.
Well, it just feels better when your opponent sees the level up, you know? It's like it's a bit of mental warfare to rub it in his face.
Alright, as long as he doesn't rub his loss in his face, then
Players' forces are
I can
under
get behind it. I guess now Life finally does want to return to a bit of creeping. There's an item up here, as it turns out, and that is at long last level 5.
Alrighty, Naga also a little bit ahead. Not even slot starved. I mean, we'll have to trade one of these items for an orb if he so desires. Both are scouting expansion positions here for the sneaky bottom right hand side high ground. But yeah, in the bases, no tactical deviation here. Life is breaking upkeep though, and I don't know if Moon knows.
It doesn't seem like it. Moon is right now fighting with supply deficits, so Life is gladly taking this fight right now. Chasing after the Demon Hunter as well, he was pretty hurt. So fast, man, with the aura and the boots. Staffs are going to be necessary in just a moment. Invuln, in fact, comes in first. Fresh Rejuve is in. And that's the 2 reinforcing bears. Oh, that is so strong for Life. And since he was Invuln, that healing couldn't be dispelled either. Both demons now very hurt. Staff? Wait, what? There was Staff.
That might have been a little bit of a misclick here. Down to the Naga now to carry this home. Gets a couple of kills for sure. Demon Hunter by Life is back. Not in greatest fashion, but again, the reinforcing Reju is so good. Unlike Life of the Naga, because that one's over. And Moon finds himself where he was in 2011, 2012, playing StarCraft, no heroes, Alchemist third. Maybe a misclick there as well. And this is what we talked about early, right? Like first game, super amazing, great micro, great timings, great disruption of the enemy game. And game 2, couple of mistakes here and there on this level. This not allowed, and your opponent punishes them immediately.
A bit of a shame for Moon as well. He had a good early game, honestly. I've said this so many times in this tournament, by the way. Oh, what a good early game. Such a good spot. And then it slips away. Here he had the Vamp Aura, which he was lucky to find, but also he played it well. He had the level lead. It was level 5 Demon Hunter way earlier. And I think you should have just gone into upkeep faster. Don't just think about the resource cost, the gold cost. If he had been an upkeep earlier, there would have been more rejuve. His army would have been healthier earlier. Could have moved out on the map earlier. Maybe claim one or two more camps for himself. But all that didn't quite end up happening. It seemed like Life always was looking for his opportunity and was trusting in his abilities to punish any mistake that comes up. And soon enough, one was displayed.
Very aggressive, that's for sure. I like that play by Life, not shying away from any fights, but also his first losers map, right? We said this many times over these broadcasts. The losers maps are really strong, even though it's mirror. This should have been the best map for Life for his playstyle. And if we talk about a map that might suit Moon's playstyle, what could that possibly be?
Well, that would be one of the old classics, of course, one we lovingly call Moon Meadows. Our third map here is going to be twisted to determine who's going to move on to match point first.
Ooh, interesting setup between the two. It's funny to me that Moon is one of the bear players. He, for years, refused to play them. And now we got some options with like hippos and hunts and autumn, etc. And he's moving away from it. I would love to ask him why, but now he's busy. Now he's got a game. He's looking for points and another lead in the series.
Gonna be opening up with Demon Hunter first once again. The Potom at the moment unfortunately doesn't really seem playable. That's because the Potom is garbage tier hero, Blizzard. How about we buff things that are garbage? That's a wild idea, I know, but maybe a consideration for the next patch. But for now, we're gonna stay on Demon. Undead, not garbage, as it turns out.
But people say undead trash.
No, undead okay. Undead okay.
I am very surprised to see the creep route for Life, to be honest. Usually
bold.
Very bold.
Going for the shop creep at the start. If this is accomplished uninterrupted, this is an amazing. Quick level 2, big item, and circlet. It does cost, however, admittedly, a lot of wisp repair. Moon, however, spotted it right away. He can get over here for the harass. Is that what he's going to be doing? He would be too late for the big creep. So maybe he feels like it's not even worth it.
Yeah, I think you rather focus on your own progress or make advancements towards the mercenary camp, which is basically the golden goose of this map early on. Great consumables, access to mer camps, great XP as well, 2 camps close together, so it's very efficient for the Ancient. I would suggest that, but what do I know about Knight of the Mirror? This reward, not the greatest, only a bit of intelligence sells it immediately for a circlet, and Moon is indeed looking towards the middle of it.
If he kept the rope, I would be thinking, oh, okay, maybe he's going to go for pressure timing with the Naga on tier 2. For that, the rope can be really nice. But with the rope being sold, I feel like that is not going to be so much in the cards. More Keeper and more Bears and more late game. It might be.
I thought maybe immolation creeping, but yeah, you don't want to switch your strat and your build for just...
So the tech has begun, and surprisingly, it's hardly even a lead for Moon, despite all that wisp repair. You see the double circlet purchase for Life, so here the bonus gold from the robe is coming in handy.
Moon losing a lot of HP.
And again, very willing to exchange hits.
Exactly. Now, life shifting focus. Demon Hunter far away. Doesn't have boots, as you mentioned. Or archers, of course, superior for Moon. But still, he has to give up that position. And another shop trip for life. With the Wisp at the ready on the right-hand side. Indicating a possible expansion down the road.
Moon is the one expanding.
Ooh.
We got a Trio of Life. This is, of course, a typical Moon play, specifically on this map. Ooh. Is Life going to scout for it?
A player's
Damn, what a
forces
read.
are under attack.
Actually finds the Expo right there.
That is crazy, the knowledge he got about Moon. This expansion could have been anywhere. But he finds... This is not a super usual spot, right? Like, we oftentimes see it here behind the forest or at closer to the 6 o'clock position. Moon tried to be cheeky, but Life finds it a way. Life always finds a way.
Yeah, that puts Moon in an awkward spot. I think the read here was he saw Demon Hunter didn't buy Circlet, didn't buy boots, and that's very unusual. Normally it's at least one of those items being purchased, or a telestaff or something. But with no gold being spent there, the question was where was the gold going? And of course the answer was expansion. And the answer is still expansion. Trio of Life on the spot now attempted by Moon. If this gets cancelled again, he's in hot water.
Moon not willing to go into bears anymore. This map is big. Not the room to unfold. Mass Dryads seems to be the play. But Life just doubles down on the scout, man. I love it. He's not just satisfied with, oh, I read your play once. Cool, success. Let's move forward. But he doubles down to double check and make double sure. And maybe double punish.
You see it though?
Yeah, must be.
Because he's going Keeper. And that doesn't make sense against Mass Dryads at all.
The town is under siege.
Habit? Maybe he likes the 6-pack?
But I mean, who doesn't? And yeah, this Keeper is going through. No cancel
Player's
here.
forces are
Demon
under
Hunter
attack.
is going for the follow-ups. Yeah, I think he didn't see that until now.
Oh.
Okay, now he knows. Well then.
Okay. That's a bit problematic. I mean, still great orb carry and all. Solid for creeping. But yeah. Thorn's Aura doesn't do anything because there's no melee outside of the Demon Hunter. Entangle will be dispelled quickly. The Treants will be dispelled quickly. You gotta hope for a solid Tranquility then, I guess. Which has a 20-second lower cooldown in a shadow buff by Blizzard.
There's also a way that this Keeper can still be good with the passive. If Life can expand and make this a 2-base game, with then also Moon going tier 3 and us having mass bears with 2 bases, then the Keeper works again. But for any of this to become relevant, he needs to get a second base up.
Tier 3 on the way. And that's gonna be the play then. Wonder if Life has some strategic shenanigans prepared. Any mountain giants, anything. But so far,
Who's Expo right now?
counter expo.
He's not seeing the gold mine.
Oh no. Oh no, he needs glasses.
Entangle. Speaking of which, how's your sight these
A
days?
player's forces are under attack.
A sight to
Town is under
behold.
siege.
A sight to behold. As long as you're staying close to the monitor, there's no problem.
Hi, Remo, I bought a beamer. It doesn't help anymore. I need a beamer.
You mean like a projector where you
Yes.
watch stuff?
Yes.
Well, you're gonna be half blind though. Don't you not see anything? Or
Well-
are you thinking, you know what, blurry images are also good?
Half blind, half being able to see, you know? Don't be so pessimistic.
Glass half full. Okay, I see how it is.
Exactly.
Good. Well, the Demon Hunter, I'm pretty sure he's very happy with his items. Talking about Moon's Demon here. He's got plus 12.8 armor. That's pretty wild. Double slippers, triple ring. Hells yeah.
Yeah.
And now also,
the items for
finally,
both.
mining gold mine.
I feel like this is a sweet game by Moon so far. Supply lead, good heroes that do make a lot of sense. This interception, not perfect. Level 2 now. Entangle and Thorns it is. We do have Dispel, of course, on the Dryads. We also have Shadow Priest. How is Life supposed to win this game?
If he ever gets to 70, 80 supply bears, there is a way. That can sometimes be doable on 1 base versus 2 base, but certainly not easy. Moon right now loves trading. He's got strong reinforcements. Mercenary camp could also be easily be made use of. Berserk still alive. The Entangle, unsurprisingly, has not looked very impressive. And that's the first fight that we see Moon smashing here on the next map. Though he did lose a couple of units. Could have been also a bit faster there on the Dispel at times. Nunner, by the way. Very hurt. Staffs out for life, as he has now reached tier 3, but lost a lot of units.
Alrighty, this looks rather similar to what happened on Autumn Leaves, even though it was a Dryad fight with archers again, right? And the early heroes. And Moon seems to be better in that regard. Life is on tier 3, of course. The orbs will help a lot. But it seems like he's not of the opinion that the second base can work anymore. And for Moon, it's just... What is the button for Dryad? Probably D. Just spam that D button.
Budget level 4 here as well with the DP Demon Hunter. 12,000 boots. Screw it. Not too bad. That's actually very good. Legion Doomhorn. Devotion Aura. Lion Horn. Different horn. Still good.
I mean, he didn't necessarily need more armor, especially on the demon, who is now at 20.3 armor points. You know what I would love? I'd love to hover over it to see how much damage mitigation that is, but Blizzard took it away from us.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing with Blizzard patches. Every patch, you get some surprises. You get some good things, you get some bad things, you get some unintended things, so it's a little Kinder surprise.
Blizzard giveth, Blizzard taketh.
Sometimes units spawn with full mana, you know, you never know.
I still would love to see the bears with 1100 HP and 600 mana. That would be wonderful. But yeah, I think this is just joking, of course, Chad. The last patch was really, really good. Unlike the Sentinel War, who gets punished once again. Life? Is he eyeing up like a Zeppelin drop?
Might not be a bad idea if he wants to buy time for an expansion, but expanding isn't really in the cards right now. There's only 1 gold mine cleared, bottom right, and their Moon has eyes. Unless he wants to go for the top left, actually. Some sneaky expos we have seen win games before on Twisted. But Moon, I'm sure, is going to be scouting well. He's gotten so much gold, such a big army by now. Spell Shield picked up, also super good.
Depends, right? Life can trigger it with the... Oh, Zapper. Can trigger it with the Dispel. Zapper. Oh, this is a good Zapper position for the Moon Wells.
No. Is it though?
Oh, blocked by Moon! He's blocked! He can't do shit!
Oh, the Sappers, what are they doing?
They
the plan here?
They live! Oh, they lived.
That looked like that was the first time Life ever used a Sapper. Not really known for being a Sapper player. Especially Foggy back in the day. He used to love the Sappers.
Yeah, that was Mercy, I guess.
Moon with his classic mass Dryad army. He's about to have 1/1 upgrades. So many items that Life can't even hold them all anymore. He's got more items than units. A lot more. And Moon, so many units you can't even count them all.
Yeah, this is, what is it? 9 Dryads at the moment. Will ramp up to 12 for sure. Levels looking so fine. Sapper play didn't work. We got another tree by Moon on the right hand side. We got a wisp in the north. And if you know Moon, then he loves if the Twisted Meadows is covered in his player color.
Could absolutely see Shredder as well. Get that lumber in. That goes so beautiful with the gold.
A town is under siege.
It's childish. But yeah, what can we say? It's looking great, and it doesn't really look like that Life has a play. I mean, that failed Sapper, alright. In base races, Life is surely ahead with Bears, but this is the worst thing that could possibly happen to him, and Moon claims match points on Twisted.
Well, well, well. Twisted Meadows coming to his aid as so many times before. Moon will move on indeed to the match point. One more map only necessary. After map 2, I was like, oh my god, now Life is firing on all cylinders, and this is going to be a very tough battle now for Moon. And Life found the Expo as well, but then it seemed like he saw the next Expo attempt, but he didn't really. Then he went there with a Demounder, couldn't really do anything. And that was surprisingly simple in the end for Moon. Just expand, mass Dryad, GG.
Alrighty. That is Life under pressure. The Super League wasn't necessarily great for him so far, and it's still not looking fine. It's troublesome, man. Moon is usually a player that you have to beat, and I mean in Mirror it's maybe a bit harder, but Moon is playing great. Moon is making the right adjustments, and
You know, you're treading on dangerous water. I've been here before. Oh, Moon is looking good all of a sudden.
yeah.
Oh, look at Moon. Oh, Moon, it looks like he can do it again. The series not over yet. All right? This series is not done yet. We were saying the same when he was playing against Infi. We're saying the same in some of these other series. In the WSB, he was up 2-1 against Fortitude as well, so don't count your chickens just yet.
Life has struggled in Mirror before. I have faith that Moon can carry this. I'm the optimist here now. Look at this negative Nancy Remo, not willing to like, not believing. There's so many Moon fans out there. They gotta have hope. He's gonna carry that game over there.
In the game they just started, both Tree of Life spawn in the same base.
Oh, that's not Moon's fault. That is, how is that happening, dude? I mean,
It only also ever happens with Tree of Life, right?
yeah. I think so.
Nidos, they're just so friendly. They want to share their base with others. That's a good quality, I think.
They love their neighbors, huh?
Love thy neighbor, as Jesus said. We're getting a quick rehost. And then this time it's going to be one base for each player. Maybe that's also a more equitable agreement. This is going to be Life's map pick. He's in the red, bottom right. Moon in the blue, top left. The bigger the map, the more expansion we can see, the more weirdness Moon can throw out. I think the better it is for him. But Hammerfall, a very small, compact map where normally there's not so much room to deviate and you rely mostly on execution of the standard strategies. That is what Life loves to play.
Alrighty. Can Moon close this out, or does Life have answers? Good to see Moon in shape, man. For him also, there wasn't really a break, right? Also playing WSB. But it seems like the highlights that we see from him are becoming more frequent. And if he can carry that now, that will be a huge jump for him in the standings, finally, after a bit of a rough season so far. So, go Moon!
Double Demon Hunter opening, of course. That much has to be expected. Honestly, also Bears have to be expected on this map.
A player's forces are under attack.
Doing anything with like expansion play here seems pretty hard to pull off with it being so accessible from the center. And I have not yet seen Hippo Riders on this map.
It was very much a Tide Hunters special, right? This is where we've seen it most.
Yeah.
This ain't Titanus, this is way bigger. We go for the Makruras, as we all love Makruras. We love it so much that we want all of it for ourselves forever. Life continues with the rings this time, not Moon. And a straight up tech on both sides. No experiments, no shenanigans, no cheese strats, no pocket strats. Both seem to be of the opinion that if we play it straight up, we win.
Ring of Protection early for Life, quite good. He's going to the center, looking for the next green camp. Creeping a little bit faster than his opponent right here. And we got archers coming out. Everything so far very predictable.
As it oftentimes is. Especially with Life, even though in other matchups we seem to be more experimental. More HP, more armor for Life, more attack speed, more armor for Moon. Moon. And hopefully we see some Zeppelin shenanigans at least. I really like Life's aggressive stance on the second map, but Last Refuge is also so special in the map design compared to all other maps. This one shouldn't really offer that much. Straight up play it.
Merit creep out so far. Big item here possible. Circle for Life was again looking very strong on the D-Miner. And both working with good inventories.
Always scared when I see a Demon Hunter versus creeps like this. We've been here. We're fine. We're fine. Level 3 on both sides. Hunter Soul on both sides. No mass range, unfortunately. The next classic Bear Mirror. Life has a Wisp and an Ancient at the south, but this is probably just for creeping with once the Keeper pops out, which is just a matter of time.
Next piece of attention might be the center camps. The consumables right there can make indeed quite the difference. Well, maybe Moon has different ideas. Ancient of War at the natural, that goes for both. And once more it's going to be Life getting aggressive first. Seems like he's had a bit of a case of the rabies this series. Positioning in the center. Might it be a Naga? Nope, not this time. Keeper once more.
Moon also, he was a little later with that Keeper, prioritized lures over it. Maybe he wanted the Naga originally, but couldn't go past the bridge, and now Keeper it is. For the longevity, for the late game. And so we can continue creeping, where Life is already in a very solid spot, jumping from one corner to the next with the Ancient, nicely executing this.
A player's forces are under attack.
D-Miner scouting around across the map. Trying to catch a Wisp here behind the lab, but I guess can't quite get there. It's a nice little experience advantage on Life now.
This is the third game out of 4 where he loses his Ancient of War to the creeps, but I don't think it's that important anymore either. Keeper with the first XP, item on the ground, replenishment potion, saves some moon wells, very nice. And tier 3 unfolding. We do have some time. Remo, in the past couple of days I tried to incite a GOAT discussion. Didn't get too far yet, but I think the scene is ready for a GOAT discussion.
Hold on. D-Miner ready to get surrounded, but he has a TP. Are we talking about Night Elf GOAT or
overall
GOAT? But I mean, it's clear, isn't it?
For you, it's clear. I said, who's the GOAT, like Saturday or something. I said, who's your GOAT? And I got like 8 different answers. I also got 2 parties saying, oh, it's very obvious. And others said, it's not very obvious. Depends on what your metrics are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, saying it's obvious is also hyperbolic. I guess I'm not quite serious about that. But For me, it is happy, for sure. The level of dominance he has had over his peak, over his prime, I think unmatched.
But then you can argue, can it really be the
I
GOAT?
totally agree, Neo. We should discuss
there's a
which
dono.
goat is the best. I like the one from Goat Simulator 3. But Helltaker goats are great as well.
Thank you, Crestfallen. That was a good input. Can a GOAT really be a player who only played for 6 years out of 22? On the highest level.
I think so. I mean,
I would disagree.
Player's forces are under
I would say longevity, like for me personally, longevity counts more. So for me, Happy is clearly the peak performance of all time. That is undoubted, I think. But overall, he wouldn't be in my GOAT discussion, or he wouldn't be very high up in my GOAT discussion. That's why it's so interesting, because there's so many different metrics, and some people prefer overall performance, other people go straight for prize money, which is of course nonsense. Other people value impact on the game, impact on esports as a whole. I like it.
A player's forces are under attack.
yeah, maybe for Moon, the thing for me is, it's left a sour taste in my mouth over the last couple of years, the fact that he wasn't able to do what many others who are close to the GOATs were. Like, LYN has been winning tournaments, LYN has been dominating the scene at times, LYN has always been able to compete with the best. And Moon hasn't.
Well, but Moon still got tournament wins in 2021. LYN hasn't won anything in a long time, by the way, except like B Cup, but no tier 1. Otherwise, it would be very clear for me as well. And LYN came later, like 7 years later than Moon. That's why it's so interesting. I mean, there's 6 contenders, and you can make cases for 6 different people.
So,
A player's
Wait.
forces are under
but
attack.
I would say then Sky doesn't fit in at all. Because Sky only had a short burst of big success, but that success is nowhere near happy success.
That's true, but you can argue that Sky had a bigger impact on Warcraft as a whole because he basically breed Chinese esports, which is, I mean, the most important for Warcraft as a whole, especially nowadays.
But that's not important when it comes to who's the greatest player of all time.
Depends on if that's a metric for you or not. I can definitely understand if that's not a metric for you. But if you popularize the game to this degree, I would think you can make a case that it's important.
Hive seems to be taking this fight here pretty well, forcing back the enemy bears. There's still heal wards on Moon, but he's very hurt now on his units. Life chasing for the 5th map.
Bit under-leveled with the Keeper. This could be the longevity win for Moon then if he gets Thorns Aura 3. Also heal wards, man. Never underestimate heal wards.
Life is staying in upkeep. Working on the 1-1 upgrades right now with high supply. He would love to take some big camps, build on experience and item lead. But Hammerfall, small map, not many camps. They're all gone already.
Some people say group camps should respawn.
That would be cool, bro.
I
Player's
think?
forces
I'm
are
not
under
too
attack.
sure. Wouldn't that lead to more camping?
No, I think if in the late game, like one center camp gets respawned every 4 minutes or so.
That's a
then
different topic.
kind-
Yeah. That is
kind of have
something
to go
that
there.
Immortal Gates of Pyre is doing, and I love that. Also Stormgate. has something similar. Dude, isn't it crazy that Stormgate releases tomorrow out of early access?
Yeah, the hype is real.
Dude, I didn't sleep for 2 weeks.
Just like Night End. He's getting ready to become the first Stormgate pro gamer.
Dude, he is gonna be so big on Trovo.
First Trovo superstar.
World's been waiting for that very moment.
Like the Demon here in front for Moon. It's got a very tanky first hero. You want to utilize that. Keyboard in the back. Bit of a healing on the Demon. Very nice. But the Bear frontline might be breaking through here towards the archers, which is perhaps not ideal. Heal scroll being used as well. Moon still has lots of Moonwells available. Next keyboard in the back. Maybe too far in the back. Can that be cancelled? Archer trying to hit. Oh, I take it back, Neo. Keyboard positioning is perfect. Look how long it stays up.
So sick, man. That's the second one already. We have a little bit of moon juice as well in time for rejuve, but this might just all be in vain. Life is in the process of losing a couple of units here. This Demon Hunter for Moon and the Keeper got a carry with the double orb. Moon's alive, and if he gets one more kill, then it's even in supply as well. Staff is ready. Might need a Demon Hunter for life also in grave danger. Staffs are good, timely. Staff back in as well. This Demon Hunter for life could just clean this up now.
Full HP. Nunes struggling still here with his first hero. Next player about to be picked off. The Moonwell is being utilized heavily, trying to get the Demon Hunters back into good fighting shape. And both still pretty hurt. Riot with the slowdown, looking for the next catch, the next kill. And the supply is still indeed very even.
When Moon has the better levels, close to 5 Demon, close-ish to 5 Keeper. Level 5 Keeper could win you the game.
I do prefer Life's items a bit though, mainly because the Keeper is well equipped. Moon's Keeper has almost nothing. But Moon's Demon Hunter is looking strong. I don't want to deny that. And that fight of course happened with Life having a little bit more supply and a heal scroll lead. But Moon could of course... Oh, wait. Keeper? Careful now.
Could be safe, right?
Bear caught.
A player's forces are
What's that bit? What's that bit doing here? What's going on?
He took a bath! That's level 5, dude. That's level 5 and another bear. With boots, he can just run it down?
siege.
Got a telestaff as well to get back home if it's really necessary. And Moon now pumping into upkeep. 2 more bears coming. This is a really good position for Moon now, isn't it?
Excellent, dude. He got 2 upgrades. The production might just be in time. It's not that Life has a huge supply lead or anything. The bear was stalling a lot of time though, and now the bear's coming in. That's game! That's just game without the Demon Hunter! Let's go! Moon wins 3-1. Remo, you've been a doubter. You've been almost a hater.
This is finally the day, Neil! Finally!
You did.
Moon does win a series. He doesn't just blue ball us. Moon finally gets the W here. It does really seem like a bit of an upswing in the WSB first, beating LYN and getting close to beating 40, beating Life now today. I'm not ready yet to roll out the red carpet for star player Moon being back, but it's an improvement. It's at least certainly an improvement compared to the disappointing early season.
And it's so devastating for Life, man. He can't really get off the ground. Starting this league with a win over LYN and then falling off quite a bit, I gotta say. But yeah, the focus is on Moon. We have our schedule here, our table updated. Moon now increasing to 2.1, if this counts correctly. Result, if you're still here, I'm not sure if this is all correct, because there's no color here on the right-hand side. This is a good jump, right? If we go by points, Moon gets 5 here, surpassing ColorFul, surpassing Focus. maybe on the upswing. His 4 remaining matches are Labyrinth, LYN, Sock, and ColorFul, though. That is rather on the rough end.
I think those are all doable, though. Against Lab, he can get creative with expansions. LYN, he already defeated. I think against Human, Moon has always been super sick, and there are also lots of room for creativity. I think against ColorFul is going to be rough, but I feel like Moon still has some potential here.
Very, very cool to see him fighting. And yeah, for life, this has been, he's a bit on a downswing here. Again, it goes up and down, up and down. You win some here, you lose some there. This is not the top player performance that a lot of people expected, but it also shows how competitive this league is and that every point matters.
Yeah, I was, to be honest, expecting more from Life. I thought he was going to be the big standout Night Elf player, especially on the execution, in the mechanics. But this is not what his role was. He's had some ups, some downs, as you correctly point out. The really impressive showings, the amazing performances, those have been Kao. If you ask me, Kao right now is the elf to look out for.
If he advances a little bit in his undead matchup, but I think he's making progress there. He is experimenting. I've seen a lot of Immolation 2, for example, playing then without evasion, which is risky, but he might be onto something. And then the late game fights, I think Life is still a lot better than Kaho. But if he fixes that, he can definitely be a top 4 contender. The ELO ranking shows it. Anything but the undead matchup is absolutely outstanding for Kaho. I was really impressed, even though he lost to Fortitude, but also Fortitude played out of his freaking mind this weekend in WSB. So we got a highly competitive scene at the top where people keep on improving. Today, the results again, showing it to you. LYN going down 1-3 with a strong 1-0, and LYN not the greatest momentum in the undead matchup. Starbuck, heavy tug of war on map 1, then falling off, didn't break the knot, and needs to have an absurd performance to go far here. Labyrinth continues with the 7th win in a row. And Moon with a little bit of a breakout performance here. That he has to follow up against strong opponents, though. But if I have one resume for today, how awesome that the Super League is back. God damn, I love this league.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the coming days still. Not just the group stage, but also the Ascension phase, where things are going to get really hot and heavy over the next pretty much exactly 1 month, a little bit less. We're going to be finding out who the best players in the world are and who the ones going furthest in this tournament will be. That's only going to be a small break of a couple of days after the group stage is over, but that's still a couple days out indeed. This was play day 17 today, basically halfway point for the group stage.
Yeah, tomorrow we will be over the halfway point after day 18, and untypically we already got the matches for tomorrow that Mr. Remo Demo will be casting for you. We got an Orc Mirror, so you can hope for a lot of Tauren in Focus versus Fly. The highlight of tomorrow is Fortitude versus LYN. God damn, this is gonna be good. 40 versus Kaho was insane at WSB. LYN was, of course, casting all of that and saw all the games. So he got a big brain. He must have solutions. Otherwise, 40 is going to stomp a mud hole into LYN's play. Fortitude is not the same player that he was 8 days ago. It has been remarkable. And then Starbuck in his last do or die match versus ColorFul.
Yeah, if Starbuck tomorrow doesn't find success, then hope is quickly dwindling if it hasn't evaporated already. Still, by the way, Starbuck has many strong opponents to face. I mean, there seems to be no way around it in this tournament where we have 15 of the best players in the world, or should we say 14 plus Fly. Yeah, speaking of Fly, by the way, I am expecting a very clear result for the first match tomorrow.
Mr. Remo, I told you, he's been in the hyperbolic time chamber. He's coming out swinging tomorrow. It's going to be home run after home run after home run.
Oh, We're talking about Fly here?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Well, I will keep that prediction in mind,
Yeah.
and then after tomorrow, we can renegotiate your profit status.
Oh, okay. Dude, it would be so funny if I'm right. And he just indeed steps it up. I believe. I believe. So that's it for the Super League today, everybody. Schedule for tomorrow can, of course, always be checked, or for the upcoming days at backtowarcraft.com. Also adjusted to your time zones. And one item is missing. That's the FFA night tonight. I thought I updated this. Maybe I didn't press the build button. Yeah, but basically everything you need to know here on the homepage. Super League games have been entered as well. If you want to play Warcraft yourself, it's a great time because Warcraft is 50% off. Get started, guys, and the links to War 3 Champions and the gym Discord to learn the game here. We are this month sponsored by the wonderful people of Rogue Energy, and it helps us a freaking ton if you click the link in the bot or in the description. Last month, we didn't have that link. We couldn't show how much interest there is from the Warcraft community in the product, and they help us out a ton. So if you could check out what they have to offer for you, that would be fantastic with the link that we offer. And then, of course, if you find something, maybe the energy formula, the hydration formula, the chill formula with all the different flavors they got for you, use the coupon code B2W for the 20% discount. And if you want to support us in other ways, we got backtowarcraft.com/support for the link to the Patreon, to the Twitch subs. We especially appreciate if you give us your Prime. There's thousands and thousands of channels out there, but you only have one Prime sub. So if you give it to us, we are the chosen one. And it supports the channel a lot. YouTube memberships up as well. Dono links, crypto, and the new merch, everybody. Show your support for the anti-elf section, or show your support for Fast Expansion Crypt Lord Kill Footies with the shirt, with the hoodie, with the mug, with the cap. Or if you think that Fortitude must be nerfed and that Human must be nerfed, as Fortitude says, go with the Humba shirt. Nothing can go wrong with the Humba shirt or the hoodie. It is the best hoodie I ever owned. We get a good slice of that money. You get 5% off if you're a sub, and can represent Warcraft in public.
And what could be better than that? Well, watching more Warcraft games for sure. That's why you gotta tune back in tomorrow and on the following days and the many weeks that are to come. The Super League still is running for almost a full month, and you want to tune in here every day to see what's happening. Stay connected and be close to us.
Right on, right on, right on. And I will raid you over, and I'll be back in 3 hours with the FFA night. It is Sheik, Death Note, Dice, and Liluami, the FFA god. So we'll see who takes the pie there. Now I'm gonna raid you to an orc. That is Ox. He is also an absolute grinder and improving quite a bit. So have fun with Ox. Mr. Remo, have a nice evening, afternoon, and chat. See you later.
Bye.